topic actually. So
We are live. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 53. Today we got a lot of topic and welcome back DC. I am glad to have you back again. How are you, DC?
It's been kind of rough for me. It's kind of like personal stuff. But I've just been spending a lot of days thinking and thinking. But yeah, the last couple of days has been rough. So, but I mean, I'm powering through it at the very least.
mm,
That's what matters, man.
yeah,
Some people give up and you don't because you're obviously with us, and that's great to have you back. And I'm glad you're slightly feeling better because if
yeah.
you would not slightly feel better, I don't think you would be there tonight.
Mhm. And I mean, if you need any more breaks, then just you're free to take them. I mean, just anytime, it's okay. It
Sure.
just
Let
matters
us
more
know.
than these streams.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know. So, what about you, Cole? How are you today?
Well, I mean, life, you know, sucks 50% of the time automatically. So there's that, obviously. But outside of that, yeah, a lot of good things this week actually. Mainly just there's just minor, I guess, like first world issues that's been stressing me out that I've been trying to deal with, and online trying to get shit like organized, and it's some stuff is getting in the way though, so it's getting delays and it's stressing me out. But hopefully it gets figured out, and then after this, I'm probably gonna take a nap, and then I should feel a bit better as I am right now, and then I gonna probably watch the majority of the stuff for next week, and then work on some other personal projects. So that's nice. Also, I've been getting addicted to tea, which helps. That's a suggestion, Marvel. I tried drinking maybe some tea. Try that out.
Yeah, I've tried tea before, but yeah. I mean, I do like coffee more, but tea
Mm.
is fine for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love coffee, but yeah,
Tea is better. Tea cleans your
yeah,
inside.
yeah, like coffee, it can stress you out more, make you more like nerve, anxiety and stuff, and heart issues like panic attacks, which did for me. So I mean, yeah, I love coffee more too, but because of that, it started more with like tea now. Stuff, especially Japanese tea.
So yeah, you wanted to bring some news. It's not necessarily TV related, but that's
Yeah,
something new.
yeah. Well, there's two things. One thing is just a thing that if you wanted to bring up because it's an interesting thing, and then the other one is a news thing, which isn't like TV or movies, but it is pop culture, and it's something we probably space we're in as well, and it's pretty ginormous because it involves like the biggest deal in history. So it's worth talking about. But yeah, I mean, which one did you want to talk about first? The Black Panther thing.
Sure, the Black Panther could be interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, yeah, this isn't a new thing, but it's a just a discussion I wanted to have. So we talked about before, like and Chillmonger definitely has, which why it would be cool if he came on. If he does later, maybe we could bring it up again. But because he's all about that, made like dozens and dozens of videos on it, and why they should have recast him and why it's such a stupid decision. So we all know about that. But recently now, okay, it's been going even further with this T'Challa stuff, like killing off his characters just because the actor died in the film. They've been doing it in like literally everything, the newest comics, and now even the video game. Like K-Dot's tweeted out saying that new Black Panther game is has a they're not having the very first Black Panther game, by the way, will not have T'Challa in it. It will be a dead T'Challa. It'll just be Shuri and no T'Challa.
You know, it's hilarious. It's like saying, let's have a Superman movie, but hey, I don't know. Henry Cavill died, so let's have Superboy instead.
Yeah, or Christopher Reeves. So let's not ever make another one again. Like what? It's like Again, I don't know if this is just going to be for the time being recently, if it's going to go like even past like 3 years and stuff. But either way, this is stupid. Like, and if you want to push Shuri, even though the actress fucking sucked and was a shit character, if you want to push the character, you can push both. Like, if you want to make a video game, you can have it like duo co-op and switch back and forth the characters. You can do that. Why do you need to kill off to just again? This has been going in like every medium now. They completely have been killing off the character and everything as of late, just because of that. It's like it's like you praise the films and the character as being like what it did for communities, but then you're gonna do this. It's like, and this is not what Chadwick would want, and this is not what his family wants. It's like this has just been pretty ludicrous, and I know they've already did it in the films and advertisements and stuff, but it's now been even past this. It's been in all this other medium stuff talk as well. It's just been like, this is the tweet here by K Dots, but yeah, it's just pretty insane to me. I really do not understand what they've been doing, but it's really weird. And yeah, like it again, you can push both. Why do you have to just so I just wanted to hear what your opinions were on it, if you had any takes.
I hope it flops. I'm
Yeah.
like, it's sad because I'm on board with what Showmonger keeps saying. Representation is important when it's good representation, and Chala is good representation. It's not something you can just get rid of because you prefer Shuri or anything else like that. It's just very sad, and it doesn't move the cause further for all the people that want more representation on media, because now all we will see is Shuri. And let's be honest, the MCU Shuri is not that great. I actually don't really like her. I thought Chala was much better because it was well written, and I think Shuri feels empty side by
Yeah.
side with
Hmm.
Chala.
Yeah, I mean, it's like in the first movie, besides like maybe a couple of lines that were kind of shit. I mean, I did like the character. No, I didn't like I never liked the actress. I don't. She's just so. I haven't seen a single good performance from her ever, besides like one film, and that's because she worked with like an amazing director, so she was competent. I guess, like, of course you're going to be. Outside of that, I've never been a fan of any of her performances. So, who plays the character? So I'm not a fan of the actress, but the character in the first film I didn't mind. It was kind of interesting. Yeah, the character in the second just sucked. It wasn't a good lead. It made no sense. It was fundamentally flawed. It was just shit story, shit everything. It made no sense, and yeah, it just couldn't hold. Couldn't carry the film at all. It's like I just don't get it. I don't get why they keep trying to push the character, and then they try to make these excuses like, oh, there were comics, where she was like the lead as well, in that alternate universe stuff. It's like, yeah, Killmonger went through it out of like fucking 80 or like 100 Black Panther comics. It was in like 2 or 3. Wow.
It's 2 or 3%, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
um, Speaking of K Dot, because he didn't follow me on Twitter, I actually cannot contact him. But that could be interesting to have him on eventually, because I know he's into comic book stuff. I've seen a few of his streams
Yeah,
here and there, but
I'll DM
uh,
him about it.
yeah, DM him about it. That could be interesting to have him on. Um, anyway, DC, do you follow just a little bit Black Panther and stuff, or not really?
Not really. I've not followed it. But man, what Cole was just straight up saying, like, oh boy, I agree with you. I hope it flops.
When it flops, it sends a message that we don't want that iteration. Like, it's hilarious because the Flash movie bombed, and I'm glad, because they didn't even give a cameo of Grant Gustin, and it's insulting, and it's even more insulting when you got the people buying the movie praising Ezra Crazy Miller, and then saying nobody can play Barry Allen as well as Crazy Miller. Um, yeah, it's just a shame. I really don't like that. So I hope this will send the right message and tell people we don't want to see Crazy Miller movie.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not surprised that the Flash even bombed because I mean, when you have Elephant Man around, yeah.
So I guess we can move on to the other news that is more video game related. Are you into gaming, DC?
Yeah, I'm into games. I don't play a lot of games, but I am into it.
Nice. Well, something big just happened. Now, I did want to ask you: have you heard of it? Possibly any big news today involving gaming?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. Well, it's been
Screen
blowing
share.
up. Yeah, it's
Screen
been
share.
blowing up quite a lot. I'll screen share, and I'm just right now searching up for the tweet quickly. Uh, let's see. Now, there's a rumor that says they might have one more small hurdle. I'm not 100% sure though if that's accurate or if that was like before it happened, but this what happened today. Yep, because there was so this they made the purchase back in January of 2022. Obviously, it was still had more like a couple more years to finalize it, but during that time, the FTC court case, the FTC tried blocking the deal, thinking it would create, cause certain issues and with competition in the market and with a monopoly and stuff like that. So they tried blocking it. They went to court. They won the first one. Then Microsoft countered, and then they went to the federal court and whatnot, and had a court thing that went on for months and passed the due date where they were supposed to finalize the purchase. And it was honestly 50-50 what would literally happen. And everybody thought it would not go through at this point and that Microsoft would just back down and just like forget about the deal. But nope, it has officially gone through now today, apparently. At least they've won the court case now to buy Activision Blizzard, which is for pretty much $70 billion, the biggest deal in gaming software history, with all these IPs and studios like Candy Crush, Warcraft, Call of Duty, StarCraft, Diablo, Overwatch, Spyro, Crash Bandicoot. Like I imagine Crash Bandicoot is
Crash
like,
Bandicoot?
yeah, it's owned by
Crash
Activision.
Bandicoot!
Imagine it. That was like back in the day. That was like Sony's face of their console, and now it's a Microsoft face. It's a Microsoft mascot. It's insane how you think about it, but yeah. So and so yeah, this is an interesting thing here. Now, I don't know if this is. I'll try to find the tweet, maybe talking about the other thing. I don't know, but I think it's finalized now. But yeah, it's pretty insane. And we were also talking about like monopoly in the industry, and what your opinion is on this, I guess, as well.
Wow.
And I mean, I guess I have a lot of opinions on it. In my opinion, yeah, I don't like it, but they're gonna do it anyway. And when it comes to this, Sony and Nintendo kind of started it first, and EA, it definitely EA and all them. So, and they kept trying to hold like games and studios exclusive hostage. So then Microsoft started doing this, and also yeah, they're not planning to like make stuff like Call of Duty exclusive, like because that would be stupid. How big it is. They are going to keep it all multi-platform and grow all of them on each system, like Minecraft, like they do. And it's like the FTC, they just block it for stupid reasons and they choose at random. It's like they could have blocked all these deals try to block all these deals with Sony and EA throughout the years and Nintendo, but they didn't. It's like they just chose this because it's the biggest ever. Even though they didn't have a valid argument or things were empty arguments and just things that can maybe happen in the future, but there's no history with Microsoft that says it. The only thing was possibly the Xbox Live thing they did that back in the day. Other than that, there was nothing literally, and it's clear that they were just a bunch of boomers who didn't know anything about the fucking space because God, like they literally had to explain to them why Halo is not on PlayStation. That's what we're dealing with here. So yeah, and they're just like because God of War isn't because it's not as big as Call of Duty. We're not gonna do that with Call of Duty. It's like this is how. And I thought it wouldn't go through because the FTC is so fucking fickle and the court system about this shit. Where even if they present the most perfect case, they could still just shut it down anyway for the hell of it because of their ego. So I seriously thought this wouldn't happen, but I guess it did, and also because it was costing Microsoft money to keep doing it past the due date where they were originally supposed to buy it. But yeah, and this monopoly stuff, yeah, I don't like it, but I'm just saying, whatever your opinion is on the industry and all this stuff, this is just speaking purely unbiased, and speaking unbiased, like was no reason why this deal shouldn't have gone through. So I'm glad it did, and also this a lot of people have asked, like this could like cause issues, like this could worsen the studios and games. Activision Blizzard has been in a shit show forever with all their scandals of sexual assault and everything, and losing all this money, and all their IPs like Call of Duty have been going downhill, and Overwatch especially that second game coming out that is just a mess. So
they didn't even give what they promised they would give for the second one. That's hilarious. They told, oh yeah, we get this new game mode. Buy our game.
Yeah, it's
the
like
game
the
is
same
out.
game.
Game mode
God
is not
damn.
there.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's just a mess. So I mean, and Microsoft, besides Rare, but Rare was already on its deathbed when they bought them. Besides them, they've been really nice to each studio and kind of revived them and improved them, especially. And they also don't hold studios hostage, unlike Sony. Like they allowed Bungie to Epic Games to walk, and then they ended up doing Destiny and Fortnite, and now they're like $1 billion studios, and then one of them's now Sony owned. So they don't treat them like that, and they're gonna have like unions and stuff. And again, will it work? But will they actually improve it? I don't know, but I'm sure it has to at least be some improvement with the shit show we're facing in some like game quality. But we'll see. But yeah, there's a lot to say about this, I guess. Yeah, I wanted to hear what your opinions were on it, if you had any, because yeah, this is like the biggest thing in gaming history, pretty much, that happened.
I have no idea other than it. No words other than I think I just don't get why sometimes these businesses have to buy other businesses when they already are doing extremely successful. I just don't get it. I really
to
don't.
destroy the competition, to have everything under a monopoly. And I think monopoly are kind of shit.
Well, monopoly, but
I live in a monopoly in Quebec where I live. There's only one electricity provider. And our electricity provider is really shit.
yeah,
There's
and
nothing we can do.
oh yeah, and Disney pretty much owns like over half of the planet. They literally do. They own like over half of the planet. Like every news station ever, like they own everything. And same thing with Tencent in China. They own everything, like half of the planet. But again, but again, it happens. This is what's going to happen. But again, whatever your opinion is on that and what Microsoft is doing, just remember that. I mean, with to make this deal go through, there was really nothing that should have like declined it as they tried doing. And B, Sony and them kind of started it first. So if you want to point the finger at who started this mess, you can point it at Sony. And then they tried, dueling with people who had bigger wallets than them. So it's not working out now, I guess. But I mean, they bought Bungie though, which has Destiny, which is pretty big though.
Yeah. Now, I will be honest on how I view gaming. There was a downfall the day they all decided to create open world on everything and everywhere, and every game must be open world. Is the day gaming died, and like that kind of deal where one company can have so many IP at once. kind of buries the dead corpse of gaming. And on top of that, there are a lot of talks about no more creating physical games, and it's all online, all service, and all that shit, man. The date will become all service is the day I will stop game. I won't play. I won't support like where it's heading to because it's not good. I like to own my game. I have a collection of games, and they're precious, and um, them taking away our right to own games is kind of stupid. Um, but hey, a lot of gamer are stupid as well, so they will just follow the trend and they will accept that new era of gaming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, with the online stuff, I mean, physical stuff don't really has much of a purpose anymore. I get it, but I mean, you should still give people the option, but I guess they don't want to produce it. But I don't know. It's hard to say, but yeah. But it depends on the person, I guess. But I mean, when I understand the argument for why you want physical stuff still, but
It's
I mean,
yours, and they cannot take it
yeah,
away from
yeah.
you.
I mean, you can still own. I mean, I'm sure they won't take it from you if you buy it digitally. Still, I mean, you'd have to. The only way that happens is if you were like doing stuff like terrorist stuff or like spamming the N word 50 times in an online game, and then they would like take it away. Just that
Yeah,
one
but
thing.
it can become service. um
Yeah.
service, right? It's like you need to pay to play, and like if they do that to every game, you need to pay like monthly
Oh
fees
yeah.
to play your games.
Well,
This
they
is
pretty
where
much
it's
already
heading
have
to.
that. They have the Game Pass, which is their Netflix, which is pretty amazing. Though it's a fantastic deal. If you're gonna have an Xbox or something, it's a must. You need to own it. So
Depends on who you talk to. I'm
I
against
guess.
it.
Uh, well, yeah.
I The idea is fine, but they take it too far. Everything will become like that, and physical media is dying, and it's sad. It's very
Hmm.
sad. The same goes for movies and TV shows. Physical media also dies there, but it's not as bad. I think. I don't know. Anyway, that's the big tension there. Except if you guys would like to add more to it, I guess not.
Well, no,
So
I was just looking for one last tweet on it, I guess, but to bring it up, yeah. So this was the one I think it was. Can read it out if you want.
yeah,
So yeah, they just have that one thing left, and it's probably going to happen. So yeah, but yeah, not 100% finished, but it's like 95% finished. So or like 98% finished. So there's always the chance like a fucking hail mary somehow ends it. Yeah, but yeah, again, people thought this wouldn't go through because the people thought it wouldn't get, even if they win it in or were gonna win it in the end, that it would take too long, that it would cost Microsoft too much money because each day it goes past the deadline costs them like a fee like 1 million or something. So yeah, but it did, I guess. Also though, I think another reason why is because people are like, oh, their IPs are like getting worse and worse. Blizzard has just been like killing Overwatch and Call of Duty, so why would they want to purchase them now? It's like, well, I will say, number one, Microsoft can fix all that. Like they're still like the most popular IPs in the world. Two, like it's they didn't. You're missing out on like the other things a part of it. Like they're owning Candy Crush that makes them like billions per year, and other stuff. They own some like metaverse stuff, assets. They own like like let's just like look at the I'll look find it, but it's the Wikipedia somewhere. But they own like besides the ones that are owned by like Tencent, such as League of Legends and Valorant, they own now like every almost every popular game in the esports industry now. Like that ranks them in tons here. Like look at the sidebar right here, and just like look at this here. Like, look. Like, look at all those
Wow,
esports related games: Warcraft,
that's a
Starcraft,
lot.
Overwatch, Trails of the Storm, Hearthstone, Diablo. Yeah, it's like so, and then Call of Duty, of course. So yeah, all those esports, and then they also owned MLG. Activision owns MLG, so now Microsoft owns MLG, which is Major League Game and the original esports thing in the brand, and they also own Halo for that. So and other esports things. So yeah, they're and then of course the mobile industry. And look, revenue is still, even though it's been going down, the revenue is still like this. And also Microsoft themselves make shitloads of money per year, where to the point where when they bought Bethesda before, like 2 years ago or so, for 8 billion, they made that back in like 4 months. So while that might be the case, they can, because of all this and their income and everything, they can easily make back the money in like 3 years or something, or 4 years. So it's still worth doing, and
They
then you
will
have all
get
the
rich,
IPs and
man.
studios. Yeah,
More
so it's
money,
worth
more
doing.
profits.
Yeah, I hope they buy Remedy Entertainment in the future. You know, so they don't go fucking the PlayStation, because I don't want them exclusive there. But nonetheless, yeah. So yeah, that's why I think why I knew they would still proceed with it. I just didn't know if the court would approve it or not, but they did. But again, the FTC had no good argument at all. They were stupid, but they're still the court system is stupid. Where I still thought it would get denied, but as it did the first time. But whatever. Anyway, so yeah, it's pretty much like 95% finished. So yeah, we'll see from there. But yeah, anything else from either of you? You're pretty much done.
Yeah, I think we can move on to
Yeah,
Marvel.
Hero. Oh, Marvel.
Marvel DC take on Gotham Knights,
Oh,
because I
right.
think his opinion matters a lot, and I think you finished season one, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
finished one.
Oh, so there's like thunder and rain outside now, heavy. So hopefully my power doesn't go out. That would be
That would be bad, like a lot, because we got a lot of things going on.
mhm.
Yeah,
Let's hope it
it's
doesn't
how.
happen. So, what
Go,
are
go.
your thoughts on Gotham Knight as a show now that the show is canceled and finished and done and everything?
I mean, I thought it was a great show, and I think that it's a shame that we didn't get a second season, just because I feel like the storylines they set up in season one, at least in these last few episodes, like Harvey Dent being Duella's father, Henry Deckard and Turner, it's like, man, this would have been a great storyline for a second season. Even if it, I mean, the reason why I say this, because I feel like there could have been more storylines to build up, like Harvey and Duella's relationship, where it first started, you know. And so I just feel like the show should have had at least another chance to another season, because I mean, I personally thought it was a good show and I enjoyed it quite a lot. I think it's better than even some of the other shows we've had at least last few years. Um, but yeah, I also enjoyed how at first there was some I like the relationship between Turner and Duella, because the thing is, I enjoyed how they actually had some build up to their relationship, and same with Stephanie and Harper. Um, Anything else? I enjoyed the court like always. I feel like that reveal that Rebecca was actually the leader was shocking, because I always thought, it's probably just the husband like it usually is. But I like how they actually decided to make a turn on it. And I also thought that, maybe they were going to have Brody become like a member of the core, which I'm glad that they did not go down that route. But yeah, overall, I say it's a great show. I would recommend it for people. Um, but it definitely deserved a season two. That's for sure.
What would be your favorite episode in the entire season and your least favorite episode?
Mm. Least favorite, but it probably have to be the one where Turner and Duella go out on a bar, and then Harvey gets kidnapped by um Duella's mother. That's probably the only one episode I thought was, and it's not like my favorite. My favorite episode. Oh boy, there was a lot. I mean, there was episode 3, episode 4, episode 6, 7. Yeah, I have a lot.
Okay, what would be your grade out of 10?
A ton.
A 10 for the
Yep.
entire season.
Yep.
Very, very interesting. So, is there anything else you'd like to share about Gotham Knights?
Not for me.
Okay, so you didn't have time to watch Superman and Lois, right? You had
No.
like 2 missing episodes or something.
Yeah, I finished episode 10, and so I'm in episode 11, so I have 12 and 13. But yeah, I'll try.
Okay. Did you like episode 10?
No, I did not. I just thought it was okay.
Okay. So I guess now we will cover our fourth season because this is the thing you have seen
Yep.
from start to finish.
Yep.
So I'd suggest you to stick around for Smallville, even if you haven't seen it. At least you will hear our thoughts on first season, even if it's not that important because the first 4-ish season of Smallville are very condensed. The only thing that really matters like the last episode and the first episode of each season, and that's like one of the weakness the show had in the early season. Uh, I'm glad they fixed that in later season. In later season, it became much more like Arrow and Flash, where you have a storyline for the entire season, you know. But in the first 4 seasons of Smallville, that was very condensed. There was a lot of filler because that was what the network wanted them to do. So yeah, let's start off with Arrow. I know that's one of your favorite season. I think your favorite is 6, but
Yeah.
where
6.
would you place season 4?
Like in the top 3.
Oh, very interesting. So your opinion will be very different than ours.
My bad.
And,
There.
and I'm glad. I'm glad. That's the point of the podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, no MSK, you know?
MSK got
Yeah.
deleted.
Yeah, apparently, saying a bunch of like ape and transphobic and homophobic and racist and sexist jokes, and then showing pornography on his screen. Apparently, YouTube doesn't like that. I don't understand why. And YouTube just hates him. They don't want him to have a platform. I don't. Well, yeah, it's fine. He went to Rumble, whatever that site is, and he has
now his platform is gone.
Well, he still has his League of
Yeah,
I mean, look, his League of Legends channel is still there with 700 subs. He's still doing that, and he made a third YouTube channel with another friend's email and phone number. But for streams, yeah, he's going to Rumble for that, which he should have done in the first place if he's going to be that edgy. Just do it on Rumble and then just stick to the edited content on YouTube, not to get goddamn banned. Again, whatever you think about it, it is kind of sad though. Like, I'm sorry, that's like 10,000 videos of history gone since he was like a teenager with his friends at their house, just showing off their cards to then now, like, and all that work, and it's like, so it's again, I feel sad for him. I feel bad, but I mean, do I feel sorry about it? I mean, he literally asked for it. He did everything in his power to get banned, so I don't feel sorry.
He ran after it.
It's like running into. It's like if I were to go outside right now and try to get hit by lightning.
You go on a metallic plate just to make sure you attract the thunder.
Oh yeah, it's so loud every time. Like right now, because again, I'm basically like a rainforest since I live in Costa Rica, so all the heavy rain just hits all these trees, so it's so loud. And then every time there's this thunder as well and lightning. Like I believe lightning hit my apartment one time, and I actually like felt it. Like I felt injured a bit.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So DC, Uh, I will let you start with season 4. Your thought overall on that season.
Oh. Oh god, I'm so nervous because everyone goes crazy about him. But I'd say season 4 is the most underrated season of the show. It's
Wait, of
incredible.
Arrow.
Yeah, of Arrow.
Mm.
Arrow. Um
Ah,
and I personally enjoyed the magic. I get that it's meant to be a grounded show, but I do think magic worked. I like Damien Dark. Um I like a lot of the episodes. I'm personally more okay with Laurel's death, even if I do think it was a wrong decision. Let's see. I enjoyed the fight scenes. Um, I think this season has some of the best scenes of the entire show. What else? I also think the suit is my personal favorite. The new Green Arrow suit where he doesn't have the sleeves. It's my personal favorite, and I think that's about it.
Okay. Um, I will ask you guys something. Did you ever have seen two drunk people having a fight, a fist fight? Like they go out of the bar and they are drunk and they have a fist fight?
Me sort of, but it wasn't like drunk people.
Okay, but the example is drunk people having a fight because that's
Yeah,
hilarious. What about you, Cole? Have you seen two drunk people having
yeah,
having a
sometimes, yeah, it can be kind of funny, yeah, especially yeah, in real life and on streams, it's like it's just like nonsense.
You know why I bring this up?
I do.
Yeah, you do. But do you, Cole? Do you know why I bring this up?
Yeah,
The fist
I
fight
think.
between Damien Dark and Oliver in this season finale.
Hmm.
That was horrendous. That was probably the worst fight I've ever seen on TV. It felt like two drunk people having it at each other, and it's sad. I mean, Damien Dark used to be League of Assassin, and this is all he can do. Oliver got trained by everyone in the show, and this is what he can do. Are you kidding me? Is it for real? It's like two drunk people having it at each other.
and
Um,
I'm probably the only person in the whole world that actually likes that fight.
it's the worst of the show. So, Cole, what did you think of Laurel's death? I knew you kind of knew she
uh,
would die because of you have
well,
seen the
well,
series finale
look,
and
at least it was quick. Yeah. But yeah, it was just terrible. This whole fucking look. I am cool with the stuff they try. Also, 1 second.
Oh.
um. So we are waiting for Cole. In the meantime, because he's not around for now, I will ask you, DC, what would be your worst three episode in season
Mm,
4?
worse. It probably episode 6, episode 2, and episode 17. Those are like the three episodes. I didn't enjoy that much.
Okay, very interesting. What is your top three favorite episode this season?
I have quite a lot. I mean, there's episode 20, there's episode 18, episode 19, 23, 1, 9, and 10, and 15. And there's also 4 and 5. Those episodes I straight up would say are 10 out of 10.
Yeah, okay, I see. Very, very interesting. So, Cole, let us know when you're back. Um, so perfect timing. Perfect timing. Oh, you're damn right. Neighbor are at my door and need to discuss something with them. Perfect timing. Okay, so my personal favorite three episode would be Blood Depth, Haunted, and Canary Cry, which is 419, 405, and 410. The reason why I like these three that much is I had less issues than any other episode that season. I think they are very enjoyable, and if the entire season would be like that, I think it would be a better season than season three. It would not be anywhere near as good as one or two for me, but that would be better than three. But these are fluke. These are the only watchable episode that season. Um, there are others that are somewhat decent. I'd say like Monument Point is decent. AWOL is decent. Dark Waters is decent. Restoration is decent. The Candidate is decent, but then you get the rest of the season that is kind of shit for me at least. Um, when I say decent, it's not impressive for me. It's just average. Um, so yeah, I really want to defend this season as much as I can. I just cannot. It's not a good season whatsoever. My favorite
Fuck's
pastime is
sake.
roasting the shit out of it, and it looks like Cole is back. Um,
Yeah, so sorry. As I was saying, listen, I'm fine with doing what they attempted. All right, I'm fine if you want to like then take a break from as much action and add a little bit of magic in it, and mainly do what they did, and not have it be as grounded. I would be okay with that. Yeah, I think it would actually be fine to do something like that in the middle of a show. And also, God, I don't know what my neighbors are fucking yelling about. Anyway, they're like yelling at the dogs or something. Jesus. Anyway, I'm fine with doing all that. All right. I'm sorry that the executions is garbage though, and it's so boring and it's so uninteresting and nothing like makes any sense. The best episode was the Constantine episode, and then I forgot which one that it's called. Like, where is that? What is that called?
It's
Haunted
Hunted. Yeah, Hunted.
405, yeah.
Right, Hunted. Blood Death, and then I kind of like the first episode actually. Outside of that, yeah,
I also like Blood Debt a lot. Like Blood Debt wasn't
yeah.
perfect,
So yeah, those
but
would
that
be my
was a
top
very
three, I guess.
enjoyable episode.
Yeah, those were top three, I guess. Bottom three, I genuinely can't choose. There's like pretty much like the whole every other episode for me outside of those three are on the same level of terribleness. There's not one that stands out for me personally.
What did you think of Floral's death?
Uh, Shit, but made no sense. But it was poorly done. Bad pacing, but what are you gonna do?
And what did you think of the episode that followed Laurel's death, episode 19?
Um, Wasted potential.
Wasted potential. I like that answer.
Yeah, I feel like they could have done interesting things in the episode following it, and they didn't.
Be reassured, this was the worst season of the show. Season 5 is my personal favorite, and a lot of people that's their favorite as well. I think DC favorite is season 6. Am I right on that?
yeah, yeah. My top three favorite seasons are number one would be season 6, number two would be season 5, and number three is season 4.
So there's light at the end of the tunnel. Even DC liked a lot season 5.
Yeah. Okay, well, because I was gonna pray because here's the thing, I still enjoyed season three of this, unlike you, but
Yeah,
um,
I my most recent watch was my worst watch of season 3. That
I
was so
still enjoyed
painful.
it though. But look, however, even that, and then also season four. Look, I know this was when CW decided to be CW, just like the Flash. Like before then, in like season one and season two of the Flash and Arrow, they actually had respect and credit, and people took them seriously, and they were actually trying to make like quality stuff with these IPs. and then it's like by season 3 or season 4, it's like they cut order quality and budgets out, and then just decide to make lazy, low budget TV. And I can tell with this. And this is when the production dropped off a fucking cliff. But if you say season 5 and season 6 and all the others are good, though, then I'll trust you. I did
Yeah.
see season 8 and it was really good, but in my
Um,
opinion. But.
so the way I see it, season 5 is the peak of the show, the best season. And I think the first idea was they wanted to do a 5 season show, and the show became a hit, and people really liked season 5. So they were like, okay, let's finish like the 7 season ish contract. Because I do think that was a 7 season contract, what they had. And during season 7, the actor himself said, I think it's time to go. And that's really the network and the people behind the show that told Stephen Amell, look, we can have you a limited deal for season 8. Will you do it? And he was like, oh, okay. So, like, the original plan was like 5 to 7 seasons. And season 8 was like a bonus. And that was a bonus for everyone. Now, season 5 is the peak. So season 6 and 7, they both have great episode. They also have really bad episodes. So that's the thing. I think the most consistent season are 1, 2, and 5. And then we got season 6. That's a season I always kind of enjoyed. I still had issues with it. But yeah, it's the season where the show started to not be even anymore. And what's hilarious is the start of season 7. There is a huge storyline that's amazing, the best storyline of the entire show. But then you have a really shitty back half after that tarnished season 7. So season 7, just like 6, it's a bit all over the place. But even the back half is nowhere near as bad as Arrow season 4. I think they hit rock bottom with Arrow season 4. It's funny. It's very funny how I think they hit rock bottom there. Now, you know me, Magic. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Um, if there were seeds of having magic in this universe in the first 2 seasons, I would be like, okay, that's cool. But here's the thing: we had for 2 seasons a very very grounded show, and then we had season 3 where people just come back from the dead, and we have magic in season 4. I'm like, that derailed fast, and like I can get behind MetaHuman because there's sci-fi aspect to it, but magic, it just doesn't feel right with the setup they had in the show. And the other issue I got with season 4, I think that one is quite big. They just cannot stop Damien Dark. They need cheesy, cringe power of the city to take on Dark, and it bothers me so much because almost every single week, Oliver goes against Damien Dark, even if he cannot really beat him. The dialogue is godly awful. I don't know what happened. They fired everyone that worked in the show prior, and they were like, "Oh, that's the dream team now. We got a all woman team of writers like Shield." Oh my. You can like next time. I think I will watch season 4. I will do a drinking game each time they speak about change and light and different. I will take a shot, man. I will get drunk after 3 episodes. That must be a drinking game, man. Um, all of the personal drama is not that great. Laurel is wasted the entire season. She feel like a passenger only in order for her to die in the end of the season.
Oh yeah, it's like the equivalent of like it's like one of those movies where it's I think the perfect example is like yeah, Uncle Ben and Spider Man, but like a bootleg version of it. that other comic book movie properties do, where it's like they just have to try to have some sort of like conflict, like character depth, or then something to like have some sort of like try to have some sort of purpose over it, like oh must get like revenge or something. So they just implement this one garbage character that is literally only there to die.
That's Laurel in a nutshell. I think Laurel best season was season 2. I'm not the biggest fan of what they did with her in season 3, but they didn't murder her character. However, Felicity, bruh, she is now the main character, folks. One of my favorite YouTuber out there, DC knows him, Eric's Reloaded. He used to do live stream about the Arrowverse and stuff, and I remember watching his content as that season was airing, and I fully agreed with him. And it's hilarious because remember each time I said I used to not be as critical, I used to like everything. Season 4, even my first watch, was horrendous, terrible. I was like, what the fuck is that? Um, and I wasn't as critical as today. Like I had so many issues even back then, and it's hilarious because I was watching Eric's Reloaded streams, and he started calling the show at that time Felicity and Friends.
Mm-hmm.
So now with this most recent watch, I cannot understand why Donna Smoke is such a focus and faces. I still hate the character as L. She is like the worst thing Arrow did. Uh, but now I understand why they kind of used her. They wanted to justify Phyllis' action, behavior, and they wanted to justify why she's a bitch to everyone because her mother is a bitch to everyone. Um, so yeah, I truly hated Felicity. I think Felicity had her best season with season 1 and 2. Season 3 is where Felicity got lots of shit material, and season 4 just continued the trend. Um, Now I am glad because I remember the back half of season 5, and Felicity actually has great material in the back half of season 5. And they also fixed her because in season 5, she is nowhere near as obnoxious, cancerous as what she was in season 3 and 4. Season 6, I can't quite remember the material she had. I think she was a balance between season 3 and 1. So she was still funny, but there was a bit of drama here and there. But that wasn't as bad as season 3 or 4. Nothing is as bad as that. Be reassured of that. Um, I remember season 7 having good material for Felicity. She really got good material. So she is the uneven character. She started off good, then she dropped into shit, and then she went back good, and then she went back forgotten. Um, what else? Oh yeah, John Diggle. This season they really tried hard to give him a good storyline, but the storyline was shit. The actor did his best with shit material. Like even Layla forgave Oliver for kidnapping her, but not John Diggle because they wanted that cold shoulder for like John Diggle and Oliver for like 3 episodes, and that was terrible, man. I really didn't like that dynamic. It just felt off. Because if the victim of the kidnapping is forgiving the kidnapper, the other character involved that in that triangle should move on. So it just felt very off. And in the end of the season, when Andrews betrayed them all, Oliver warned Diggle many times, but Diggle just didn't listen. And I'm like, what's going on there? Okay, blind spot for close people, but that's freaking Oliver, and the bonding was there between Andrew and Diggle, but Oliver was also very right. So it feels very off that um, John Diggle would just discard Oliver's opinion because blind spot. It felt off. What else? Ray was missing. I missed Ray. We also got terrible fight choreography. Did I mention that? Yes, I did. We had a drunk fight in the season finale. Um, oh yeah, it's all about spectacle in that season. Everyone, everywhere, they all shoot something. Nobody can freaking aim. And I always had that complaint in earlier season, but here I feel like it was even worse. It was like a parody. They're like, they have guns. It's only to flash the screen. It's not to kill people with it. It's like, bro, why? 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 Um, what did you think of Anarchy as the supporting villain, Cole?
Uh,
Mason, the burn face guy, pizza face guy.
uh, um, I mean, I don't mind the idea. I just didn't like how they did it. I think could have absolutely been done really well. Makes sense. I didn't like the script. I didn't like the scenes. That's all.
Okay. What did
But
you think of Anarchy, DC?
I
uh,
thought he was. I personally thought he was one of the best villains on the show, especially in this season. I just enjoyed how he's like a very charismatic, despite being one of the most mentally insane enemies that Oliver ever had in the
yeah.
show.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
I will say. Out of this season, he's definitely one of the not shit things at least. Definitely, definitely is the one watchable thing for me.
yeah, and I think I wish we saw more of him on the show because I felt like his insanity and yet how charismatic his character was so much fun
Yeah.
to
Well, this
watch.
is CW, all right? Just prepare to be disappointed, all right? Do you want me to remind you how many episodes? No, not even episodes. How many seconds we got in season 3 of Stargirl of that one character on screen? You want
Yeah,
to count the seconds?
yeah,
Multi-topic, maybe
yeah,
like 600 seconds if we're being lucky. I don't know.
yeah,
If we're lucky, I don't know.
yeah. Okay. So, DC, what did you think of Malcolm Merlin this season?
I personally thought in season 3 and 4 is when he got a bit better than he was in season 1 for me. I really did not like him that much in season 1. I think in season 4 I started to like him a little bit more and more, and I did like him in season 5 until Legends decided to ruin him. But I personally thought in season 4 Merlin was much better than he was in season 1.
Yeah. Um, I disagree, but I will hear out Cole opinion. What did you think of Malcolm, Dark Archer guy?
Shit. There was no effort put into it, in my opinion.
It's hilarious. In season 3, I thought it was fine. It was very Malcolm like.
I
Uh,
didn't mind him in season 3. In this, there was just no effort. It was,
yeah. In season 3, he used people as pawns to achieve his goal. In season 3, he wanted to escape Ra's al Ghul, so he used Tia and Oliver. And when he realized he could take on Ra's al Ghul, he used Oliver as a pawn to take on Ra's al Ghul. I think the idea was very interesting, and it felt like a villain, like doing scheme and like, I will take down people. I will do everything the way I want it. That was cool. But then season 4 happened. So the guy that used everyone as pawns is now a pawn. That's great. All you character assassinate here, character in 2 episode in season 1, 2, and 3. Maybe less Tree because he basically pit Tia against the league because he wanted to save his own skin. But outside of that moment, I think for most of the first three season, Malcolm was depicted as a loving father. He's not a good father by any means because he has his own issues. He tried his best for sure. He likes his kids for sure, but he doesn't know how to love. That's one thing about him. He tries his best to love, but he doesn't know how to. But he will place his life on the line for his kids, for Tia, for Tommy. He would place his life on the line. On the first three seasons, you can tell. Like in season two, he was literally laughing at Tia shooting at him. That's how good he was in season two. And then season four happened. Tia is about to die. He tried many ways to fix Tia issue, and then he is turned into a power hungry person. It was always like that, but I feel like here they tweaked it too much, where Tia life was on the line and he wasn't willing to give away the power, and it felt very off because even Oliver said it in season three in his own twisted way. Malcolm loves Tia. He said it in season three, and this is true on his own twisted way. He loves Tia. So the fact that he won't give away the ring and let Tia die doesn't make sense whatsoever. That pissed me off so much. And him holding a grudge against Oliver because he cut his arm off instead of killing him felt off. Felt just like a trigger for him to join Damien Dark so Damien Dark can kidnap Oliver's son. It doesn't feel right. Now, Malcolm, instead of being the boss, he's like Damien Dark bitch. Damien Dark tells Damien tells Malcolm something. Do it. Malcolm will do it. Um, the Malcolm I know from season 1, 2, and 3, he would do a scheme to overthrow Damien Dark and take his place. That's the Malcolm I know. The Malcolm I know is not a bitch of someone else. And this is what he was in season 4. Um, I said it. Fight choreography was shit. So, my least favorite tree. I will let you, the both of you, guess. Starting with Cole, what do you think is my worst tree episode this season?
Well, I would have to pull it up quickly, so let me just do that. Give me some time.
As you pull up the list, I will let DC talk a bit. What do you think is my worst tree, DC?
I know 23 is one of them, the finale. Um, I think episode 17. Um, and either 16 or 18.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, definitely 23 for one of them. And did you say 21 was one of your favorites or no?
I will repeat my top three. My top three is 19, 5, and 10. I think
Okay, well,
Canary Cry, Haunted, and Blood Depth are standout episodes. They are the only
okay.
three episodes I would actually rewatch. Maybe AWOL because I actually liked AWOL a lot.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll go with, I guess, yeah, 23, 16, and what would be a good third one? I'm trying to think of what would be a good third one that multi-topic would hate. Maybe something that did you say you like Lost Souls as one of your top three? Or no? You're muted. Right.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah. Sorry. So was Lost Souls one of them or no?
No.
Okay, so yeah, I'll go 6, 16, and 23. And there were other ones I was thinking of course, like honestly, any of the last like fucking 10 episodes could be honestly on here in the bottom three. And there's also others, but I'm thinking of like what you I mean, you don't always go with like the general opinion. Like you said, you like that one episode, Canary Cries. A lot of people didn't, but I didn't like it as much. But I think, I think 16 and 23 are horrendous enough, and have certain things you hate in it. Where it's probably those two, and then again number six, just because it's also a weak one, but for sure. But it's also about a certain character, so I'm sure. Well, a couple certain characters, so I'm sure I might be down there. So yeah, there's my prediction.
So, my worst is Beyond Redemption. Here's why. I always remember this shit as being the one episode a random cop girl was strangling Oliver because fight choreography was shit, and because Oliver suddenly became a retard as a fighter. Um, I always have that picture in my mind. I remember this episode as being really terrible, poorly written, poorly acted, and that weekly villain is terrible. She is uh, really awful, and she can almost kill Oliver. Excuse me.
I
Didn't
mean,
like
I remember
spend
it
5 years
being pretty
on the
bad.
island.
For sure. I mean, I just think, I think it was better made than other episodes and better acted. So, but I didn't think it was that bad. Dumb villain and dumb moments, but I thought it was, I thought there were definitely worse episodes, and that's interesting.
Next up would be Broken Hearts. So one of you guessed right. I think it was DC. Oh, no,
Yeah.
you. I think it was you. Next up, now this is a split. Beacon of Hope and Skiz.
Okay, God,
17
Beacon
and
of Hope was
23.
God, that was my fourth choice. Jesus Christ.
It's hilarious because these two are as bad. The
Wait, so you're
only
saying
reason
23
why
isn't your worst?
the only reason why 23 is above the other, it's because I always remembered 17 as the one I want to skip.
Uh,
Miss B is a terrible weekly villain. She's awful. She was in the worst episode of Flash first season. Uh, yeah, that was a terrible episode. Um, 23 also has that upper end because that's the season finale, but that's still very bad.
Jesus. Well, I guess Broken Hearts. I didn't. I guess for bottom three, I didn't guess the others, but I'm just surprised. Like, really, you
Keep it
thought?
stupid.
Like, really, you thought Beyond Redemption and Beacon of? But Beacon of Hope was my fourth choice, so I can at least understand that. But still, you think Beyond Redemption is worse than
Yeah.
23 and 6? Like, I think those should be bottom three for
I,
sure.
I truly hate Beyond Redemption. That's the worst thing that the show did.
Yeah. You could say it's like the worst moment ever, but the overall episode, I
One
don't
moment
know.
can kill your episode. Okay, one
Ah,
moment.
I don't know if I agree, but I don't know. I still think it's better than the others, but I don't.
Damien and Oliver having a fight as drunk people outside the bar is what killed season 4. Okay, and
Uh,
what killed episode 4 is that
well,
stupid
they were
cop
just.
girl.
They were just depicting the writing room. So
So yeah, Lost Soul is kind of low. Lost in the Flood as well. Uh, I think most of the season is low. Um, yeah, that's how I see it. And Canary Cry is the only random one I gave it A. Like
well,
alpha.
I can't wait to get to season 8 though to watch your worst episode.
Season 8, man. once we get into it, I will explain why. Um,
Because I mean, the others I don't really see down there, but that one episode, I can't wait to see. You know, I
um, so yeah, I think season 4 is bad. Um, we covered in length why I think it's bad. Guys also gave your insights. I think it's time to give our score, except if guys would like to add more. So, what would be your score out of 10, Cole?
like a 2.25, two and a quarter.
2.25. Okay. For me, that's a 4.5. And it's hilarious because for a long time I thought that was a 4. But now thinking back, I kind of see some of the things I wasn't able to see, like why
Right.
Donna is around. I still hate Donna. I still think she's just shit character, but at
Hmm.
least now I understand why they
Yeah,
had her around.
yeah, and you know, I have to say though, that 4.5 rating, I think besides maybe one possible I can't remember if you gave it like a 5 or a 6 or something, or if it was just like a 4 or something. But besides maybe that one or maybe that one as well, honestly. So this overall season rating is still higher than like every episode you ever gave of She-Hulk.
Yeah, yeah, She-Hulk is
Yeah.
rock bottom TV.
I
It's
mean, I don't
terrible.
know if it's I mean for like with the budgets and like the IPs, yes, that's rock bottom. But for rock bottom TV, oh, trust me, there is some that for rock bottom. But yeah, I suffered through all of them. But I would say though, I do think honestly the Halo TV show is worse than She-Hulk because it's just as garbage made, but also unlike She-Hulk, where it at least attempts to like do comic book accurate stuff and things with the characters that are accurate. Halo, nothing about it is accurate. Like even the smallest details in history, like adorable opening it, like a soldier human door, and it will make the sound of a Covenant door, of an alien door
You're
in a game.
actually right on that.
Yeah,
The Halo
yeah. So
TV
so they're
show
both
is
garbage,
really
but
shit.
because of that, it's even worse than She-Hulk.
I cannot wait for season 2 of Halo to roast the shit out of it
Uh,
with you.
God, and then we have to do a recap of season one. Suffer through that.
Yeah, that could be a recap.
Yay!
Yay! Let's suffer through season 1 again.
Yeah. So I will say that my Adventures as Superman thing, episode 3. So it is weekly. There's only like 5 or 6 episodes total that have released of at least season one. I don't know how many seasons are going to be. Yeah, 5 episodes total. Yeah, episode 3 releases 3 days after the stream. So I wanted to ask, did you want to watch all 3 of them and then review them next week, or did you want to do the first 2 and then episode 3 then and episode 4 and 5? Because we'd be a week. It would be a week delay. But did you want to do that?
Yeah, the week delay. So next week, one,
Okay.
two,
I
and
mean,
then
we could do like then episode 3 and episode 4 the week after, and then the third week do episode 5. So it'd only be like 3 weeks, so we can get by it quickly. Because we don't know when the Boys, Invincible, Umbrella Academy releases, so we need to make sure there's always a spot open there, so we can get through it in like 3 weeks, I guess.
so we would start next week or the week of the 25th.
Next week, yeah, episode 1 and
Okay.
episode 2 are out, and then the week after we would do episode 3 and episode 4 if you want. 'Cause
Okay, perfect. That
yeah,
sounds like a
and then
plan.
there's episode 5 for then the third week, and then it would be over because there's only 5 episodes, I guess, for season 1 of it.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. I
Yeah, and
like it.
again, DC Marvel, episode 1 is free on YouTube of it if you haven't seen it yet.
All right.
Focus on Smallville. I will say this: focus on
Yeah,
Smallville, Marvel,
yeah.
because
But you know,
Smallville has
if you
much
did
more
have
episode.
time, then yeah, because it's only 5 episodes, but yeah, it is super good.
So I will also suggest this. DC. When it comes to Smallville, did you start at Smallville or not yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, so since you haven't started, I will say this: start with the second episode, and if you get the time to see from 2 to 23, and you see you still have time after 23, um, go back and watch the last episode of the first season and the first episode of season 2. I say that because they're really linked with each other. That's why I tell you start with episode 2.
Yeah. Also, there are two first episodes. There's the unaired pilot, which you can watch if you want. It just says episode 0. But yeah, say if you wanted to multi-topic, we could. Since we already seen it anyway, we could do season 1 next week and season 2 in the same week. Just both of those, and
Or we can cover season 1 right now.
Yeah, okay, that's
Because
fine.
it's fresh in my mind, and I
Mm-hmm.
think the discussion will be very interesting. And yeah, um, what would be your score out of 10 for the fourth season of Arrow, DC?
A 10.
10. Very
Yep.
interesting. I'm glad you have different opinion. I keep repeating that because I don't want this channel to sound like an echo chamber. That's also why, if you guys know people that would be interested to join in because they cover some of the topics we cover, they are welcome, man. Echo chamber are bad. Uh, I
Yeah.
think having a platform means driving different uh, ideas, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, now speaking of Smallville, we will cover Smallville first season, and outside of like the last episode, there's not much things we can really spoil with season 1. So we will speak about that. Even if DC hasn't seen it, at least you will hear what is the show all about, you know. And that could warm him up for season 2.
Oh yeah, and I was very I liked it's been a while since I saw Smallville, but I remember watching it in the older movies as a kid, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. And I remember like the last season of this coming out, when it finished right before I then moved to Costa Rica and then back to Canada and then back to Costa Rica like 12 years later. But yeah, I enjoyed the season 1 of Smallville a lot. Kind of before the animated show recently did this as well, but watching Smallville, especially season 1, really showed again like what Superman should be and the difficulties, the minor ones it goes through, and the good dramatic element. And I do actually prefer Superman and Lois more as an overall show. If we're comparing like the quality levels of each season and then comparing it overall, I would give
Agreed.
Superman and Lois a higher score. But for some of the seasons of Smallville, I prefer more than all of the seasons in Superman and Lois. Even if I don't like the overall show more than Superman and Lois's overall show. And season 1 is one of them, just because it's as great as season 3 for me. But the nostalgia and what it does with the character, I really enjoyed. So I prefer it more. I have a lot of nostalgia for season 1. So yeah, and I really like the fighting the new fighting new like bad guys or whatnot every week pretty much, and the relationships with Lana Lane, Lex Luthor, and all them. I know. So managing the fertilizer plant, I guess. But yeah, I really just enjoyed all like the small details in this. It is cheesy at moments, but I think the cheesiness is for its own benefit. Honestly, with the tone that it goes for, besides certain moments, but they're forgivable. And yeah, that's my general thoughts there. So, what did you think, Multi?
So before I dive deep into season 1, I'd like to share
Yeah.
personal experience with the show. So
Yeah.
I had TV cable
Nice.
when
I
I
have to
was
say
like,
no. I just want to say, you can talk mainly in this topic if you want, because I'm interested in hearing your thoughts
yeah.
mostly. So,
I
yeah, go
also
ahead.
ask you a question around. That's the open
Yeah,
discussion, you
yeah.
know. But
The floor is yours, so mainly because I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on this. I was for like months when we were planning on watching this soon.
I got a lot to say. That's always I will say.
Nice. Yeah,
So
yeah. Get prepared. Go ahead.
I was like, I believe I was like 6 or 7 years old. I was 7 years old when I had TV cable, and it was in French because my parents are from Quebec, like me. So that's my first experience, and I was maybe like 7 or 8 years old when I first met season 2 or 3. I can't remember which season I started to show up on. And it's hilarious because my parents were split. So one week I would be able to watch it because I had cable TV, and the other week I would miss it. So what's hilarious is back in the day, I didn't watch an entire season. I was watching like piece of a season left and right. And someday I was lucky enough I could like watch the entire season, or one day I would have seen every bit of each season. So um back in the day, I was like 1 year after the show. So basically the show came out in 2001. Where I lived, it came out in 2002. Um, so I was always a year after the normal TV, and I never got really the chance until I was older to watch a full season. So eventually, I could watch from season 1 to season 7 the entire thing, and that was during the summer break just before season 8 got out. Uh, then my life got weird, and I missed season 8. And then season 9 happened, and season 9 was officially the first season I was caught up with the show, and I followed it weekly. And this show has a special place in my heart because I really like the actors, and the idea of the show was really cool. Back in the day, we didn't add Arrow, we didn't add any of all of these superhero TV shows. Like that media was very limited. That was before everything. So I was really excited about season 9 and season 10 for the matter because I followed both season like it was my religion, and uh when the show officially ended, I had in my computer every season downloaded. So I was able to rewatch the entire show, and I really liked it. Season 1, I'd say season 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the weakest. But there's the thing: my most recent watch last year, I actually thought season 3 was much better than what I remembered. So I'm excited about season 3. I think season 3 will be amazing. I cannot wait for that. But yeah, season 1, season 2 are really rough, and I thought season 4 was actually awful. Season 4 is some of the worst thing on TV. Like it's Arrow season 4 bad. It's really bad. Season 4 is rough. Anyway, season 1. I really liked watching season 1. I still don't think it's that great. Just like what you said, I think Superman and Lois is a much better TV show. The writing is better, and it's a series. It's a TV show. It's a lot of events that are connected with each other. And I think my biggest issue with the first 4 seasons is how it's not connected. It's almost every week a freak of the week. And sometimes we have pieces of a bigger story in the early season, but they are not really tied. Like you will have like one important episode and then like 5 or 6 episodes that don't really connect, and then you finally get another piece of that puzzle that will connect eventually. And this is why I really like much more season 5 and above, because in season 5 they started having a more serialized thing. Instead of having like Freak of the Week every week, they still add Freak of the Week every week in later season, but they also add that connected story that lasted for the entire season. And it's funny because I'm still a huge fan of the show. Even if the first 4 seasons are a bit more rough for me, I still enjoy watching them. So my score won't be that high, but it's not because I hate it. It's because I think it's flawed. It has issues. It's not perfect. Um, so yeah, I've seen a lot of behind the scenes stuff. I don't know if you have seen the podcast Talkville with Michael Rosenbaum and Tom Welling. Have you seen it, Cole?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Have you seen the podcast Talkville with Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum?
No, I've seen bits and pieces of it, and I heard of it, of course, but I haven't watched it per se. So
So I that was one of my favorite podcasts out there. I was watching it weekly, and they have a lot of talk with the people behind the scenes, and they were on the show obviously for at least 7 seasons. So they know a lot of things, and what I heard is the network is the reason why it was a Freak of the Week format. The people making the show were beyond their time. They wanted to have something serialized. They really wanted to tell a story for a season. But the network told them, no, you do Freak of the Week. So this is why in the first 4 season it's really Freak of the Week. And season 5, because that was a hit with the first 4 season, they had more freedom on what to do, and they kind of started trusting more the people making the show. And season 6, it was CW that took over the show. So from season 6 and upward, they had much more freedom, because before that was like WB, or I can't remember the network it was on. I think it's WB, and it was dissolved into CW. Um, anyway, the executive that were behind the show, they really wanted to tell a story like a TV show, and not like disconnected stuff like what we got. So that's very interesting to know, because that's not what they wanted to do. They still did it right, I think, for most of it. Now, season 1. I think season 1 had a lot of good ideas. It's about the entire show in the early season, at least in the first 4 season. The show is about growing up, and there's a lot of like allegory to puberty and growing up. Season 5, this is when the show became more mature, and this is when a lot of people kind of tapped out of the show because they're like, oh, it's too mature and stuff. And it's sad to hear people talk about later season, because I do think later season are very underrated. I think the later season are the best season. They also have some of the worst episode in the entire show, but at some point you will miss some marks because you did 217 episodes. I mean, that's a lot. Like in 10 years, 217 episodes, that's a lot. It's like the equivalent of 2 entire TV shows, depending which show you're talking about, of course. Um, so yeah, season 1, uh, the premise of it is very interesting. Clark is from what seems to be the perfect family. And in fact, it is the perfect family. The individual are not perfect, but the way they raise Clark is perfect. The way they act with Clark is perfect. And they are loving parents. And they have a code, they have morals, they want their son to be better. They want their son to be a good son, a good person in society. And later on in the show, they want their son to have more responsibility and more mature, and it's very interesting. Um, and I'm also, as I said in the past, I studied 2 years in special care counseling. So when I see parenting on TV, I enjoy when it's well done. And I think the parenting aspect of this show is well done because they showed very
I love that
different.
aspect of it. That's one of my favorite aspects, the parent aspect. That's something that
Yeah,
Man of Steel tried doing and failed so fucking hard.
yeah. Now, when it comes to parenting, I think Superman and Lois nailed it even more because we really get to see like the kids messing up, and sometimes they are punished. Man, Jordan not being able to use his powers anymore. I kind of spoiled something, but I don't think DC cares that much about
Yeah.
that. Um, is a punishment. So Superman and Lois parenting is perfect because sometimes they let some things go. They have discussion, parents and kids. They trust their kids, but if their kids mess up, they are not shy to punish the kids. And I think uh, the sad part of Smallville, that is kind of wasted potential there, is how of a perfect kid Clark is. Now we can blame that on how he was raised by Jonathan and Martha, but even there, Clark is not as well rounded as the kids in Superman and Lois. Um,
Mm-hmm.
he is
Uh,
he like there's a time he does a
I'll be
party in the
honest.
house.
I kind of didn't mind it, and I'll say why, but I'll let you continue.
Yeah, so in Jitters they do a party, right? That's not that bad. I mean, it's not that great. I'd recommend not doing parties like that, underage drinking and stuff. It's not that great, but it could be worse. He could have burned the house. I don't know, man. He could have lashed out at people. He could have been violent to others. That's worse than having a party. So Clark being that perfect kid is the less accurate thing about Smallville, and it's a bit sad that he needed red kryptonite. Spoiler there. He needed red kryptonite to be more of a bad boy and a different person, like a normal teenager.
Mm-hmm.
But season one
I
doesn't
didn't
have
mind
that
it
yet.
though. I'll tell you why I didn't mind it because they could have maybe done a little more, but I'm kind of okay with like him mostly being pretty good at every with learning and stuff and but it's still making like having conflicts and mistakes or like doing things not told but just the very minor ones and because they already did that stuff with like all the other recent ones in the coming years, especially in Man of Steel and Superman and Lois, and it's gotten to the point where it's a little tiring and cliche, so you know which ones we're going to do every time, and it's always going to be some just stupid like school bully stuff. So I'm kind of just glad that it's a little bit different than that, in my opinion. They could have had some of it, but in a different tone. But I kind of okay with that because of that and just having and with the tone of the show and the path it's going, I do think though there should have been more of like him as like like very young scenes where just on like the farm or whatnot where he's like where he does stuff not told like for example like trying to like maybe something on the field like breaks down and it's a little dangerous, like something catches on fire, but he goes to like fix it or stop it anyway, put in, despite what they say, stuff like that. And just that solely takes place on his home. I would have, yeah, more stuff like that. And I think that I would have preferred more, but with what they the rest they did I'm kind of cool with it because again I got kind of tired and sick of all the other stuff and I think for the tone of the show what it's going for it works fine.
Yeah. So I'm on board with you. I'm glad there's no bully storyline. Whitney
Yeah.
as a character wasn't that great. It was just an obstacle, a third wheel in a love triangle. I truly hate. You know me. I hate love triangle. They are shit. And of course, there's one in Smallville first season. And of course, in the fourth season, we will have another shit ass love triangle. Of course. Um, yeah, that's I think the school drama is interesting because it's different and
Yeah.
most of it is well done, but parts of it is not always on point, and that's fine.
Mhm.
Nothing is perfect.
So, by the way, do you think there's going to be like that? Because again, I haven't seen it in ages, so I don't remember all the characters in it. But that one like record, sorry, what is it again? That one like journalist, photographer type character.
Jimmy,
Yeah, some. Do you think is he in this?
yeah, he is in. His first appearance will be in season 6. I know the show by art like my pocket.
Mhm.
That's the show I've seen the most.
Yeah, James
Um,
Gunn said he will have Jimmy in his movie and Crypto or
that's good.
whatever. Yeah, so
Uh, Crypto will come in season 4, but he's not. I think Crypto in Smallville is the only character that's not as comic book accurate as the others.
well, for the time they couldn't really do it though, so it's
Yeah,
understandable,
yeah,
especially for the tone of this show. Would have been a little bit too silly.
yeah. But that's like the only character that's not really that comic book accurate. And now, since we speak about comic book accurate, I I base my sources on other content creator because obviously I don't have comics yet, but based on what I've heard and what I've read here and there, the iteration of the characters we get in the show are very comic book accurate, and every character is very comic book accurate, and it's very interesting to have that because based on what I've heard again, shows like The Flash and Arrow, they have a lot of comic book accurate character, but they also uh, move away from the source of material. Am I right or wrong, DC? Some of the characters are not exactly as they are in the comics, and that's fine. It's not really criticism. It's just like something we can see. Am I right on that, DC?
Yeah, yeah. There's a few characters on both Arrow and the Flash that are not comic accurate. There's a few of them.
So I've also heard that Supergirl from the Supergirl TV show is not that comic book accurate as well. Uh, and we got a Supergirl in Smallville. And based on what I've heard, the one in Smallville is comic book accurate. So that's very interesting. And I won't say she is clearly better than the other Supergirl. I also think it's a bit unfair because she was a supporting character in Smallville, and in Supergirl that was the main character. But I think the Supergirl in Smallville is a well written character, and I cannot wait for her to show up. Um, she appears much later in the show, so it's not next week or the following week. It will take a while, but I'm really excited to see that version of Supergirl again. Um, so yeah, Smallville first season. The focus must remain. So we got Clark family. They are good parents. They are loving parents, and we got Lex Luthor and Lionel Luthor. Lionel is cold. He doesn't hate his son per se, but he doesn't like him anymore, or he doesn't show that love. Or when he shows some love, it's for the camera. It's not for the bond between the son and the father. The relationship between Lex and his father in Smallville is broken. And this is very interesting because some relationships are like that. And it has consequences. Uh, Lex envies Clark. He wants to take Clark's place because he wants to feel loved. And another parallel between Clark and Lex is the fact that Lex doesn't really have friends outside of Clark, while Clark is surrounded by friends, which is very interesting. Clark has Lana, Chloe, Pete, and Lex. Lex Lex' only friend is Clark. So it's very interesting how different the characters are. And yeah, season one has a lot of great moments. Like Clark getting hit by Lex's car and then Clark saving Lex. Now, I think it's a plot convenience, but hey, that's part of the plot, and it needed to happen, for the bond and the friendship to be born.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I think season one biggest sin for me is all of the filler.
Mm.
You can take away a lot of the episode, and it's not even because of the writer. That's because of the network.
Yeah, I'll
The
be honest
network told
though.
them
I
frequently week.
expected it. I expected it for its time though, with it 10 seasons and it being 2001 in this type of show. So I did expect it, but I will say it is enjoyable filler though. It's at least like it has good. I think good writing, enjoyable, and even if it's like sort of the same filler back and forth. So unlike Superman and Lois, in my opinion, and like season two and season one and season three, where which doesn't happen often, but anytime there is unneeded filler, it does bore me. But unlike that, I still enjoy it in this.
Yeah, yeah. So I think the biggest takeaway of season one is when you're loved by your parents, you can flourish, you can grow and become an example for others. You can be a pillar of society, and this is what Clark will become eventually. He will become Superman because he was loved by his parents. And
Yeah, and when you aren't like mine, then
you become like Lex.
yeah, yeah, then you become like me. So yeah.
Um, so Lex is the perfect example of how to not raise someone and the consequence of it. Eventually, Lex will become evil. At that point in the show, he's not evil by any means. Yes, he has a very shady past, but he's not a bad person yet. He didn't do anything major that an evil person would do at that point. So at that point, Lex is still in the light, and the story of Smallville throughout all 10 seasons is the downfall of Lex Luthor and the rise of Clark as Superman. And this is very interesting. And another really interesting part of season one and the early season two, as well as the same kind of things. Clark wasn't born with every power he has. And sometimes he needed to train, like when he got X-ray in the fourth episode of the first season. He got his X-ray vision. He needed to train with his father, and that was his struggle. His body changed. He becomes someone else, something else. Season two, same thing, but here I won't spoil it because DC will see it for himself. But he gets a new power in season two, and this is another allegory for puberty and growing up and changing. Now, Lionel as a villain at that point is more of we can call him a villain at that point, can we? Cole Lionel in season one, is he a villain yet, or
Sort of. I would say I wouldn't say like his full capacity, but I would say overall he is or at least like kind of like criminal or like shady enough, at least. Maybe not like the ward villain, but at least bad guy. I would say maybe,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
sort of like Ra's al Ghul early on. I would say as a comparison, and then him later on when he goes full on.
yeah. So Lionel as a bad person is so very well written, and I can see some people being like Lionel. Now, do you have any question for me before we move on to favorites and least favorite episode and explanation on why? I guess not. So what would be your least treat episode? Like
Yeah,
the
what was
worst
your
treat?
question? My bad. What was your question?
Do you have any question to for me before we move on to
Oh,
our highlight?
I don't think so. I would say maybe if I had any. Do you? Okay, right. Was there? I actually had like two mainly. Number one, who was your least favorite like supporting character in this, like minor character in season one, and number
Whitney,
two,
like
Whitney.
truly again.
Okay, and then number two. Okay, and then number two. How would you compare the like the effects in this, and with on his chest and stuff? Like in comparison to the 70s and 80s movies, because obviously those are a bit out of date for their time, and despite this being like 2001 to 2011, it's still also kind of in that area too, since it's TV, so it's lower budget. So I just want to know like what level of improvement do you think it is in
I
comparison?
think
Like,
when it comes to special effects and practical effects, Smallville was amazing because that wasn't a CGI fest, and they were wearing a lot of a lot of prosthetic. Is that the word?
yeah,
They
prosthetics
yeah,
and practical effects.
yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of the action that was going on. They were doing what was going on. They were
Yeah,
jumping around. They were
yeah,
wearing
mainly the
special
big thing is
suits.
just like image type effects that on screen. That it's just image type effects, and mainly the explosion at the very start. Those are like really the two biggest things with like CGI or like effects like in that nature. The rest is kind of practical.
The only thing that was really CGI was all of the bullet times moments.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, also the
or
explosion when he like lands.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, I think Smallville as a TV show holds up very well
Yeah,
when it comes to visuals.
so it
It's
somehow
old,
holds
but
up better than those like Matrix sequels CGI.
yeah, yeah, and it's very interesting because I think Smallville as a TV show was beyond its time. I think as an entire show, it didn't age that well. I won't say it's a bad show, but I feel like someone that watches it for the first time in 2023 cannot like it as much as someone that has seen it for the first time in 2001, 2002 ish. Because I think the overall show didn't age that well. I still think it's a strong show, it's a good show, but we just got better version of that kind of things they were trying to do. And this is why I think it didn't age that well. Is it bad? No, I will stand by it. I think Smallville as a TV show during its 10 season run was much better than The Flash during its 9 season run. And this is telling a lot coming from me because I'm a huge defender of The Flash first 2 seasons. And Smallville just did a better show overall because the low points are nowhere near as low as where the Flash went. Um, so it was beyond its time. It was a well written show. Um, so Yeah, Whitney. So Whitney is my least favorite supporting character. I truly hate him. The only reason why he is around is to give Lana a boyfriend. That's it. Whitney wasn't needed, and season two is already much better because he's not around. That's
Hmm.
that's like amazing, and they basically replaced Whitney by Lionel. Lionel
Hmm.
is promoted to series regular in season two.
I see. Yeah, I agree.
He had a recurring guest in season one. Lionel was a recurring guest. He came back like I believe like 4 or 5 episodes, and
Yeah.
every Lionel episode in season one is a standout one. I think every episode with Lionel in it was already better by default because the
I see.
focus was on him.
Okay. Well, anyway, so you're talking about top three and bottom three episodes.
Yeah, start by bottom three.
Okay, let me see. Bottom three episodes for season one would probably be. God, why is my okay? Number one uh, would actually I'll come back to that. I don't know if it's would be on there. We'll see. Okay, number one though would definitely be what's the name of it again? Fucking Hothead. I didn't like it as much. And I thought it would be an episode I would really enjoy, like and some cheesiness of it, but I thought it was just not good. Uh, episode and surprisingly though, I didn't mind episode two. I thought that might be my bottom three, but I didn't. It won't. But anyway, episode three for sure though, and then uh, episode seven, which is Craven, and then episode 10 Shimmer. I thought I just thought Shimmer was disappointingly done. Uh, I I didn't like the acting in it. I didn't like the narrative in it. I again premise is good, but yeah, I thought it was poorly done, and I think there might be worse made ones in it, like Drone episode 18 or Reaper or others. But I think that one is just because of how disappointed it is. It's bottom three for me. And yeah, then there's other two, and there's others that came close, but I do think there's way better aspects to it. Like episode five, cool, could have been a potential one, but I do think there's actually a lot of good value to it, even if there's some annoying parts in it for me. So yeah, overall, I guess episode three, episode seven, and episode 10, and then my top three would probably be yeah, definitely episode 21. I love that one. Episode 16. I think that was definitely a good step
Stray.
forward. Yeah, I didn't like Shimmer, but I like Stray lots, so that was a good step forward. And then thirdly, episode one, the pilot, just because of nostalgia. But if you want me to say another one besides episode one, it would actually
No, you can say one.
okay. Well, I'm saying another one though would also be though possibly uh like Zero or Crush or I don't know. There's a lot of good ones. A lot of people like Leech. That's definitely up there too. Not top three though, but I like. But there's some entertainment aspects that I thought were really well done. But yeah, so yeah.
Okay,
Anyway,
so
there's my top three and bottom three.
I will let you guess what's my bottom three. You know me, I'm sure you can hit at least one of the three.
Okay. Um. Let's see. Let's see.
Remember,
Probably
I will
episode
give you a
17. I've
hint.
said episode 17.
Okay, what's next?
Yeah, I said that one because yeah, episode 13.
Okay.
and episode. Let's see, where was it again? Uh, yeah, I'll go with that episode. Yeah, episode three, episode 3, episode 13, and episode 17. I'll go with those three for your bottom three.
That's very interesting. You guessed one right, and I didn't expect you to guess that one right.
Well, I went with two of them that weren't the strongest. Like I didn't think they were the. I didn't think either of them were like the weakest, but they were definitely in like the lower middle half of it. And I guess both of them because they were focused on, again, it was episode 17 and episode 13. Like they're not bottom three, but they're definitely lower middle half, like, like in the bottom 10, though I still like them. But yeah, I guess them though because they're like Whitney focused, so I figured it might be one of them. And then episode 3 I just guessed because you laughed when I picked it, so I figured you'd be in agreement. So that's how I went with it.
Okay, now it's time. No, before I show, I screen share. Um, what do you think is my top three?
Top three. Let's see. Episode maybe 9. No, my luck. That would be like one of your fucking worst. I don't know, but I'll guess that one. Episode 9. Why not? Episode 16 and episode 21, and then maybe episode 1. I guess if it counts.
Okay, I think now is the right time. You were better at guessing my least favorite ones, and
Oh
I
wow,
will have shocking takes.
wow! You
Really
didn't. Wait,
shocking
please don't
takes.
let me get. Really, you didn't like Stray? Uh, really?
No, I actually like Stray. That's the one you hit right.
Okay. Well, the one like I was just like guessing. I said, knowing
So
my luck, that would be like your worst.
my bottom three, Leech. Uh, I thought you would guess that one. Uh, Now the reason why I ate so much Leech is because I really like my superhero to have their powers, and each time Clark loses power during the series, I'm so pissed. I'm bothered by it. I hate it, even if the idea is cool, even if
Oh,
it's well executed. I hate it. I'm here to
uh,
watch Clark save people.
well, I'll be honest. That one I keep forgetting that and the groundedness that you have it with shows. But I mean, I understand that frustration. But I mean, that Leech episode was done so well, in my opinion. Like I,
And just on a story standpoint, I skipped that episode and I can already tell two plot convenience that happened. The first one, how the F there was Kryptonite where they got hit by the thunder. And yeah, that's the first plot convenience. The second one is the guy being dumb enough to like follow Clark near a cable with electricity so they can transfer back the powers. It bothers me, man. I hate this shit. Like each time he loses his power and they need to find a way for him to give them
the
back the
rest of it was
powers.
done so well, though. Like, God, like the scenes that were directed, acted, how they were executed. It was really well done and invested to me. I disagree. I really enjoyed that episode. Like
Look,
I'm usually not a
you
fan
see
of
my
like.
list. You see our worst episode, but this is on my some of my bottom
Yeah, I mean,
picks.
I understand the frustration with like that cliche, and each like they always have like an episode like that in a show like this, which gets a little tiring. I just think it was done really well though. But okay,
I I think the only season where they didn't strip away Clark's power was like season. No, every season there's at least one episode where they take away freaking Clark's power. Every season, man. Oh my! In
God.
season 3, that's Asylum. In season 2, actually season 2, maybe it's the only one where he doesn't lose his
Yeah.
power.
Oh, Dan, you really did not really like this show.
um, so the next stop would be Drone. Drone is 17, and I was surprised you got that one right. So I really like this episode idea. Um, it was to showcase how different Clark and Lex are. Clark does what he does for fun, for the experience, to try something out, And when Lex does something, it's to win, it's to be the best, and it's really boils down to how they were raised. And I think that was the only good thing about Drone. Drone is a terrible filler outside of that parallel between Lex and Clark. Uh, I was like, the weekly villain is not that great. The idea is cool, but she's lame. And she freaking comes back in season 7
Hmm.
only to get like somewhat killed off.
Yeah.
It's literally
Okay.
all they bring her back later on just to kill her off.
Yeah. Can I ask something?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. So that's Nico. Is that Nico Metis there on E?
Nicodemus, yeah.
Sorry, Nico Dem. Yeah. Really, really, you think that and the pilot are E?
Yeah. And I can dive deep into these two if you want.
I mean,
Starting,
I rather maybe like next week because we have a long stream, but next week I would like to hear that more because
I will forget, bro. I'm telling you, we
I
can
mean,
dive
it
deep
definitely
into it.
listen. It definitely has its weaknesses, both of them. Like I don't understand why Nico Metis
Look,
is like so loved
Pilot
online, but
almost went into F. And the only reason why I didn't place it in F, it's because I've seen it and I think it's worth watching. Anything in F is not worth watching.
oh my god, really, you didn't like the pilot?
No, and I can already tell you two plot convenience that bothered me on top of my head. I didn't take any notes because I know this show like my pocket. And look, even if it's a E, even if it's a 4, I was entertained. I enjoyed the time, but I don't think it's a good episode by any means. So, plot convenience number 1. And it's a series of plot convenience. Lex driving really fast and then having his tire destroyed by something from a truck that just happened to pass by. And that series of plot convenience leads to Clark sitting on the bridge and getting hit by Lex. That was important for the plot, right? That was like the trigger point for Clark and Lex friendship because Clark saves Lex by accident. But he still saved Lex, and that's fine, but it's a plot convenience. Like, if there were a proper setup, like them showing Clark goes at that bridge every day and Lex pass by that bridge every day, if they would have shown that on screen, I would let it pass, but they didn't show it. It's just like Clark happens to be on the bridge as Lex pass by and Lex have that car accident and it involves Clark because Clark just happens to be there. Second plot convenience. Later on, uh, Clark is on the cornfield, and Lex just happened to leave the factory, and he hears Clark screaming.
Okay, that. Okay, I'm getting what you mean, but I still disagree strongly. I think the reason why it's like that is because they didn't have enough time, so they had to cut corners. So there are some plot conveniences. I think that's the only reason why, and I'm willing to forgive it because the scenes were done super well. I strongly disagree with these two episodes. I do think the other one is a bit overrated. I don't know why it's loved so much, but I don't think it's E either.
I strongly disagree with this, but hey, I mean that's opinions, I guess. Like
Yeah,
we have Marvel DC who really loves Gotham Knights, so
and On top of that, um, I for it to be at 4, I had much more issues. But as I said, I didn't take any notes. I can only guess some of my issues I may have. Whitney, I truly hate that character. For most of the season, Whitney was terrible. It was just an obstacle for Clark. Some of the dialogue I wasn't a fan of, and it goes to like I think the cheesiness sometimes in Smallville did work sometimes, but other times I don't think it worked well, and I think there was some cheesiness, like when Clark bumped into Lana and the books are falling and she's like, are you a man or a Superman? I was rolling my eye. I was like, sister, what's that dialogue, bro?
Oh well, there's moments of dialogue like that in this entire show, in my opinion. That's the cheesiness of it. Like I can name one line of dialogue in each episode like that.
Well, exaggerate a bit, but sometimes I give it a pass because it's Smallville, but that one
Come
I
on,
rolled my eyes
you
really
can't
hard.
really come on.
Are you
I
a
don't
man or a
understand that.
Superman?
I don't understand that. I don't. But I will say though, did you watch the unaired pilot?
No.
You should probably when you watch or do a recap of season 2, watch that if you can. It's episode 0 they call it, of season 1, unaired
With the
pilot.
different Lana, the different Martha.
Well, I don't know like if different or anything, but it's just I it might be the same. I don't know, but Lana. What actress plays Lana in the wing again?
Kristen
What's her name?
Krug.
Okay, it's the same Lana, but
Different Martha, I think.
Okay, well, Martha.
Annette
Symphony.
O'Toole in the series, but I think on that unaired pilot, that was someone else.
Let me check if it was. Let's see. For some reason, I can't find who plays Martha in the aired pilot. Okay, yeah, it's a different actress. Yes. So yeah.
I will
Uh,
still give it a shot eventually. I'm curious to see what they wanted to do.
mhm.
But yeah,
Why
that's
did she like pass away or something when they did that, or
Castaway.
did she like pass away when they did that, or was that just like a
Oh no,
was
that
that
was a recast. Because at first they wanted to go with that first Martha, but then that was still like in the very early stages of the production of the show, and they did more screening because they were not really satisfied with that first episode. So they reworked everything, and they found Annette O'Toole being just better for Martha, and they were like, "Oh, that's actually Annette O'Toole. That will be our Martha." So I think
Mhm.
it's more like the actress didn't sit the way they thought she would in that unaired pilot.
Well, I mean, it makes sense because she's actually a. It's like the one they had prior is like a no name who's been in like nothing. While the other one is an Oscar nominated one, so I mean, it
She
makes
did lots
sense.
of movies.
Yeah, well, actually, it was for original song, but still, but yeah, she did a lot of movies. She's definitely a more experienced actress, and
Yeah,
way better.
yeah. So yeah, this is what happened. They changed their ideas because they didn't see the other Martha being Martha. Um, so yeah, as of Nicodemus, uh, they keep like plot convenience after plot convenience. Like this is a party of plot convenience. This is like, bruh, you're lazy, lazy. Um, First plot convenience. Jonathan getting infected through the guy that got infected because they got a car accident. Then Big Brain Chloe and Big Brain Lana decide to go on the crash site because they are big brain, right? And freaking Lana get infected. I lost brain cell watching this shit. I was like, bro, why? Then. It's not over yet. The dialogue, man, eye rolling, cheesiness, bro.
Uh,
Oh, that was bad.
well, okay. Well,
Love triangle
anyway,
again. Whitney was such a terrible character.
what's your three favorite?
So my three favorites. You got only one right. So my three favorites would be season one would be Stray, Zero, and Jitters. Jitters is a 10 out of 10 for me. There was no issue whatsoever. That episode was perfection. And if I tell someone new to the show to watch one episode in that season, I would tell him, watch this one. I think it was great. It was the perfect example of how Lionel acts towards Lex and how uh, Martha and Jonathan acts toward Clark. And that was a really, really strong episode with a lot of good in it. And you cannot say this episode is filler. If someone dare to tell me this is filler, you didn't understand the show, the point of the show, and that season as an entity. Jitter is just perfect. I liked it so much. No issue whatsoever. Just a well written episode. Next up would be Zero. This is funny because it's not a 10. So this means it probably had only one issue. And I can't even remember what was that issue. And that episode was like Lex centered. And here again, it's not a filler because you get to know more about Lex, his shady past, and how he deals with it. I liked it a lot. This is a really good highlight. Now, I can already let you guess one of my issues with Stray, because Stray is my third favorite, and it had like probably two issues, maybe three. Can't remember, but I can let you guess one of the issues I had with Stray. Cole? Go! Do you hear me, DC?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Cole, sorry, were you asking me a question?
Yeah. I will let you guess what would be one of my issues with Stray, because I think you can guess it. You can hit
with Stray.
Stray, yeah, 16.
I can't. Okay. Let me. Sorry. Which episode number was that again?
16, the one with Ryan, the one that read minds.
Oh, okay, right. I think. Let's see. Was it? God, I actually don't know because it.
Okay.
No, because I'm trying to because I know how the episode plays out, and with how the episode plays out, even though I did like it, there are definitely many things where I feel like you can point out as like stupid.
Okay. Tell them all. Tell them all. I'm curious. Maybe you will hit a nerve.
Well, like with just like with like Martha, or in the auto accident, or like the fucking the plan, the steal him back. That was a kind of there are the moments in that are a little stupid, but but there's nothing that like off the top of my head that like 100% sticks out, like what you would really hate about it. But I'm sure the answer is just fucking like Whitney or something.
Whitney was probably one of my issues, but I actually don't think he was on that episode, so maybe he's out of the question. Um, so I will say this because it's a night. It probably has most likely two or three issues. And here again, as I said, I didn't mark down any notes because I know the show like my pocket. So I'm quite sure one of the issues would be Ryan running away from his step parents and just happening to go on the road and just happening to meet with Marta. Plot convenience. Like, what was she doing on the road at that time? It was nighttime, bro. It's like a random road, and she just happens to drive there at the same time as
I
Ryan
don't know
is
why
running
I
away.
wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, right. It's the fact that like him and Martha even there together in the first place, I guess. Yeah, and then for that to all play out, I
Yeah,
guess. But
yeah,
again, I do think throughout all of Smallville, it's full of plot conveniences for per se because I do think this with the way this the way this show was produced, I do think they had no choice but to kind of do them in order to get things done, in my
there are
opinion.
so many plot convenience throughout the season, and
But
that's
throughout all of
why.
Smallville, in my opinion, and I think they didn't have a choice because of
And in
what they
in
had to
the
do.
earlier season, it's worse, but the later season, it's nowhere near as
Yeah,
bad.
but it's still there a lot, in my opinion.
But like almost every week, there are like plot convenience happening. Like I can tell all of the sevens. At least one of the reason is it's filler, and the other reason would be plot convenience. And there's probably like two or three other issues outside of these two, but most of the sevens is like plot convenience, filler. Don't need
Mm.
this shit. um, so yeah, I still think Stray is a quite good episode despite that stupid plot convenience. Oh,
Okay.
he just happens to bump into Marta. Um. Anyway, I'm excited to see the rest of the show, even if it's flawed and I won't close
Yeah,
my eyes
I mean, should
before
we give
thinking
our
about it.
ratings? I guess.
Yeah. What would be your rating
I
out of?
get a 7.5.
Oh, very interesting. So for me, I will repeat what I said as an intro. My score will be low because I try to be critical. I try to be harsh on things. But this score is not because I hated watching this first season. I didn't hate the first season. I had a lot of issues here and there. But the overall season was very enjoyable. So for me, that's a 5 out of 10. Uh, but
Yeah, you're
in
just a
recent
hater.
days,
You're just a hater.
huh? So
Uh,
in recent days, we had Arrow season 3 having a 5 out of 10. I would say Smallville is better than Arrow third season because I had less issues than Arrow, and I most of the score it's really because the script, the story is not perfect, but
Hmm.
my enjoyment was there. I really
I
liked
see.
season 1. Um, so like
Well,
it's a 5, but it's the I5.
all right. Well, anyway, you should probably like DM Chill and Jaded about now to see if they'll show up now because it's been like two
Uh,
and a half hours.
I
Like,
heard
unless
back.
Jaded's getting
Jaded.
something dumb where. Oh, sorry.
I heard back from Jaded. Um, he actually has a appointment at the dentist.
Yeah, you said that earlier on. I was saying, low. It's like unless it's something where then he can't really like speak or go on stream afterwards. I mean, I feel like maybe like because we'll be getting to the movie topics at like maybe around the 2 hour 30 minute mark, and by then he might again. It's been 2.5 hours that passed. Like usually at the dentist, it takes like around an hour or so, depending on when he's. I don't know.
Okay, so I still dropped them the link. Now
Yeah, we'll
because
see.
DC had have seen one episode of Black Mirror, I'd suggest we move on to Black Mirror.
All right, and yeah,
Uh,
I would definitely, there's not many episodes in each season, so I definitely recommend, that and Smallville. Those two I'd focus on definitely, and then
yeah,
if you have the chance, My Adventures with Superman, just because there's only 5 episodes total in the entire thing so far, so that would be easy to watch. But everything
Right.
else, yeah, and also you've seen all the Star Wars films, right? At least like the trilogy films in each one.
No, I've not yet. I've only watched The Force Awakens, parts of Rogue One, and
Oh, okay.
so yeah.
Oh, that's
so
fine.
uh, next week I think we have Clone Wars, right? Not Clone Wars, Attack of the Clone, right? Next week.
Yes.
Okay, so at least that's one movie you have seen for next week.
Yeah.
So they see focus on Smallville and Black Mirror. These are like your top priority. And then if you get the chance, try to watch Star Wars Episode 1 and 3 because you already have seen 2, right, DC?
Yeah.
So your focus should be Black Mirror because it's short, and Smallville because it's like the biggest topic we have like every week. And I still think it's a worth watching show. Like you like the Arrowverse, I think you will like Smallville because it's like
Yeah.
the first attempt at the Arrowverse. Okay, so because DC has seen the first episode of Black Mirror season 2, right? DC.
It's actually season 1.
Okay. So we already covered season 1 last week, but we can still get your take on what you have seen.
Mhm.
I my notes are just very far away, so I won't be able to talk much about season 1. But I've seen season 2. Did you enjoy the episodes you have seen, DC?
Episode 1 I enjoyed a lot. I thought it was a very good like show. Episode 2 less enjoyable for me.
Okay. Um. So I will say this. This is how the show is. It's a very realistic uh, picture of society. Every episode, and they try to showcase different sides of society. So, are you into it, DC?
Yeah, I'm into it. I'm into it.
Okay, so next week, um, focus on season 3 of Black Mirror because this is the season we will be covering. Smallville, and once you're done with Smallville and Black Mirror, uh, maybe if you're interested, you can watch season 2, and we will go back to season 2 with you next week.
Yeah, like
So,
but you can like watch back on the episodes and seasons you missed of like Black Mirror and such. But yeah, season 3 for now though, so you at least know the ones for next week. And again, Black Mirror and is an anthology, show, so it doesn't matter if you like watching in order or not.
Hmm.
yeah, it's like every story is disconnected. So this is a bit like the early season of Smallville. Later season of Smallville is clearly not the case because they are connected, and that's why I like later season. But early season of the show are not that connected. So Black Mirror. Um, I will let you talk about episode 1 of season 1, DC,
Yeah.
and then Cole if you want to add more. So, what did you think of it, DC?
I thought it was incredible. I thought the build up scene was really well done. I like the camera work. Um, I like until it reveals that until I love the tension how throughout the episode it builds up what the prime minister is gonna do, and I like how he was just so determined to get that that kidnapped girl back. It's like he was so determined, and when you have but I mean I didn't expect him to like actually do to the thing to the pig. I was he was just gonna do it at he was only gonna do it as like some sort of like contingency plan, like it wasn't actually his intention. And that's that moment. Oh my god, it was shocking and disturbing, but all for the right reasons. Um, and I thought the performances were very very good. Yeah, and I also enjoyed that scene where the prime minister just tries to attack that old lady. It's like it's incredible scene. Uh, and I think that's about it. But I enjoyed it a lot.
What would be your score out of 10?
Hmm. Probably a 9.
So I remember giving a 10. I had no issue whatsoever. I thought that was a perfect mirror of society. Cole, do you want to add anything more about that president that need to have some fun with the pig?
Yeah, yeah, no. I mean, again, we talked about it last week, so yeah. But yeah, that was a amazing episode. I'd give it like a 9 for sure. And then episode 2, like a 9.5 or something, and then episode 3, like 8.5. Episode 3 is actually the highest rated out of the 3 online. It's the most loved apparently, but to us it was the weaker one. But just thought it was there wasn't as many like interesting concepts with it as they could have done with the idea. That's all. But you haven't seen it yet, so we won't like spoil or anything.
Okay, so DC, do you mind being spoiled about season 2 or not really?
Um, a little, just because I'm kind of
Yeah,
curious
I mean,
what happened.
we can talk about it without spoilers. That's fine. And then next week
Okay.
we can recap it if you think you can like watch it in time too.
Okay. Okay. I will try my best to be very, very light so you're not spoiled. But
All
I
right.
don't know
Yeah,
if my notes contain spoiler.
yeah. Well, I can go first, and I can but like
Yeah.
this season, yeah. So there's one episode in this that was pretty weak, and it's until like season 5, which was kind of a disaster, and then season 6 kind of gets the show back on track with Netflix once they bought it, but still not the greatest as from before. Yeah, see, but outside of those, I guess maybe this has out of the 4 episodes, one of the episodes is like one of the weakest in like the entire show's history. The Waldo moment, and it's still
The Waldo
enjoyable.
moment was poorly received.
Yeah, and it's still enjoyable, and it's still solid, but I can see it just wasn't like the best made, and it's a cliche idea, and it's literally just like, oh, it's like they heard the presidency going on, and Donald Trump running, so they batched up this idea of just like, yeah, it's any popular figure. But actually this was like, yeah, this was like even maybe before he started running, so maybe it's like more original. I don't know, but either way, this is just a thing that's not like the most original thing. It's just like we've seen it many times before, and it isn't like the best executed. It's a little stupid, and and it isn't as like funny, or it's just not as well executed, and it's kind of like ridiculous at a lot of points. But other points it's well done, but it's kind of a mixed bag of like execution and such. It's definitely not the greatest. I can see why it's low rated, like a 6.6 out of 10 on IMDb and such. But it's considered like the weakest ever to a lot of people. But I don't know. I still think it's solid overall. But yeah, outside of that though, the rest of the episodes I really enjoyed. Episode 1 would be my second weakest though. Just like episode 3 of season 1, I just didn't. It's just not the most like invest in or things going on. So that's all, but it was still well executed and great overall. Just like episode 3 of season 1, and talks about stuff that has kind of aged well, things going on, and an interesting topic still, and was well acted and everything, and all that stuff. And then episode 2, I would probably be the next are the top 2, and yeah, they're kind of tied. And yeah, episode 2 I really loved, and I won't spoil it or anything, but again, there's again, I'm sure. I mean, they're not. It's not like this is a super like original genius like concepts in the show. I'm sure everybody had thought of ideas like this, and with sci-fi, of course. But there are certain ones that I've thought of like as ideas for things for like 10 years of my life. And episode 2 of this season was one of them. And then to see it in this concept and relived is pretty interesting. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was fantastically executed. And then episode 4 wasn't. It was originally just 3 seasons. Sorry, 3 episodes in the season again, but this was a special release a year later, White Christmas. Released on December 16th of the next year. Um, yeah, it's part of this season though. As the episode 4, and yeah, that's a amazingly done episode and very compelling to me. And and it was so amazingly done that in the following seasons, they like season 3 and season 4, they then had other episodes that are kind of similar to it, like mainly like season 4, episode 6, the last one called Black Museum. It's kind of inspired off of that one episode in season 2 because it was so well received. So yeah, but yeah, I really enjoyed that one, and yeah, so there's my overall thoughts without any spoiling. And then next week we can maybe go into a bit more detail. Marvel DC gets to watch that in season 3 in time, and also the last episode of season 1. I guess he can give his thoughts on it all.
So I will say this. Unfortunately, I was only able to see 3 of the episodes in season 2 because I looked around. One of the websites I use only had parts of episode for some reason. They were not complete, so that was weird. I decided to not watch on that website. And on my usual website, um, I only had 3 episodes. The link for the fourth one was dead. So I've seen the
Uh,
one
oh,
with
really?
I've seen the one with the people taking pictures.
Okay, yeah, no spoilers. Just remember.
Yeah, it's not a spoiler. It's the one with,
No,
you know which one I'm talking about, right?
I know, I know. No, no, I'm just saying like that. No, I'm saying
Yeah.
that's the perfect amount of detail. I'm just like
Yeah,
clarifying
he
again.
doesn't
Just
know.
make
It's
sure no
it's not
more
a
after
spoiler.
that.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. So this is the thing. Did you go to moviesjoy.to for it?
No, I went on
Oh,
Vumuto,
okay.
the website I gave you.
So here's the thing. It's part of season 2, but on the movie sites apparently, it's labeled in the season 3 section as episode 0. So if you go to the season 3 section, it's probably located there. So anyway, so next week you can watch it, but just then there's then 7 episodes total though. So yeah, get started on that quickly because yeah, 7 episodes. There's only a 6, but then because you didn't see that, so yeah, but so yeah, so make sure you get started on that. I guess after the stream, but yeah,
I,
like I can send you the movies joy link right here. Right, like you can
yeah,
see on it. Season 3, it's right there. So I don't know why it's not labeled under season 2, but even if it didn't come out the same time, it should be labeled as season 2, episode 4. But yeah, so apparently season 3, episode 0 on the movie sites, even though it's different on IMDb and all the other sites, whatever. But anyway, let's talk about the 3 episodes you saw,
I
I guess.
I've also seen the girlfriend. Without spoiler.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, so yeah, the girlfriend. Okay. These 3, I will say this season I had a blast. The 3 episodes I've seen were
Oh,
perfect.
and
I
you
had
know
no
that
issue.
you haven't seen the one that people consider the best one of that season, so that'll be interesting too. There's one more
Really.
that you might love as well. Yeah, because, yeah, the special one released a year later. People claim it's like one of the best in the entire season, if sorry, the entire show, if not the best.
The 3 episodes I've seen are perfect. Each single one. Even Waldo,
Really
I really
perfect.
like Waldo. I can see why some people may dislike it, but I have no issue whatsoever. I think uh, most people that would be offended by it is the message behind Waldo, which is hilarious because this is very accurate. People are stupid. Um, and I think this is why it wasn't as well received because people were offended. That's the only explanation I could get. I wasn't offended because I understand what they were going for, and I think I'm above that. That's why I wasn't offended. But hey, if some people are offended by the message, maybe they should change, you know? Maybe. Just maybe. Um Now, um the first one without going into any detail, um my side note, um it's very interesting how the machine are in that universe because I think it's not that far in the future we will be able to do what they did. And
Yeah, they're already kind of doing it now. Like not like again without spoiling, not like a more physical thing in that sense that they showed in that episode. If talking about like the first one, but they're doing it with like VR already. Like there's viral videos of like parents like with meeting again people in VR. So it's like
yeah,
it's not too far in the future. And then they're making the of course the like the robotic things. So it's not far off at all, and also it's pretty accurate. Like the writing in it is really well done. Like for the like they like it doesn't explore like it explores everything to like the full extent, and it doesn't go outside of that where then it would be like a bit ridiculous. It stays at like a realistic level, and it's not afraid to like others might then be like we might need to like up the scale or do something crazy to make the episode memorable, but no, it stays as it should be, episode 1.
and yeah, I liked how it's not a healthy way to cope, and you know what I'm talking about. And
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
I I think
Also, Marvel, if you don't want to risk it, you could just mute the conversation, and
All right.
and in private chat we can type in something like saying unmute or something when we're
All
done.
right.
well, it's not really a spoiler, is it?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying if he doesn't want to risk it, or if like some of our words he might catch on to, and he doesn't, or if we wanted to like talk about some spoilers, he can deafen himself or mute himself, mute the conversation, and we can say unmute when we're done. It's just whatever up to him. But yeah, you can do that if you want. But
All right.
okay,
Okay.
well anyway, continue though. Multi-topic.
Yeah, I will still be light.
Yeah,
I won't say any detail, so
yeah.
you
Again, we
won't.
can go into more detail next week, so it's
Yeah.
fine.
And I think even if it's not an LT way to cope, I think people would cope this way. Like for sure, people would fall into that trap, for sure. And I think that's the charm of it. Um, so um, that's all I can say about the first episode without spoiler. Um, the second one, uh, um, the second one is Waldo, and I will only speak about my side
Well, no, I
notes.
think that's the third one, but
But that's the second one I've seen. That's why I call it the
oh,
second one.
okay.
Um, I the side note I got outside of the message and stuff. It was very interesting to think that the manager of the show is a villain. You're just a pawn, and that's it. I can replace you if you don't want to do it. Um, Now the third one, without spoiler here again, my side note. The first one, I will be honest. I had Abati. That's the picture one. It took me 20 minutes to get invested, but the payoff and all of the plot twists in the end were amazing. Um, Second side note, it was easy, can be funny, and very interesting message about. Uh, oh wait, Oh, the second one is the picture one. I just realized. So the second one I've seen was the picture one.
Yeah, it's episode 2. But anyway, you can keep talking about the Waldo one. It's fine. You can go back.
Yeah, the Waldo one is the one with I had apathy for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Waldo one for 20 minutes, I was like, where is it going? I was like, oh, okay. Um, the second side note is how easy it can be to be funny. And it's very interesting message about comedy culture. I liked it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, um, I guess that's all I can say. We are done with Black Mirror. Uh,
Yeah.
for me, all 3 episodes are 10 out of 10, and
Oh
this
yeah.
season is 10 out of 10.
Oh wow. That is. Well, anyway, for me, the Waldo moment would be a 7 out of 10. Still enjoyed it. Yeah, it's definitely one of the weaker ones. So, and then I think a 6 or 7, I guess. But definitely overhated as well, though. Even if it's like one of the weaker ones in the show. And then the first one, would be like a 9 out of 10, and then the second one would be a 10 out of 10, and then the fourth one, which I guess you'll see next week, I also think is like a 10 out of 10. And I think that one is like considered like the best in the entire show's history, I believe. And
Wow.
I mean, if we're going by like ratings, it's the highest rated one ever.
Okay, that's
So
very
yeah, not
interesting.
to overhype it, but yeah. And again,
Okay,
season 3 and season 4 and season 2 are just all fantastic of the show. They're all fantastic, in my opinion. And then once again, season 5, fucking, they just committed suicide. Like, we'll get to that. We'll fucking get to that. And season 6 was a step on the right track, sort of. Again, besides like one episode which was god awful, but the rest are good. But they're still just good. They're never like on the show where it like used to be again. So, but it's an improvement at least. It came out on the 15th of last month. But yeah.
okay. I think that's all we can say about Black Mirror. So,
Oh, yeah, we're
DC,
gonna talk about Black Lightning.
we will keep it last. That's the final topic. I feel like
Okay.
now we could cover all Star Wars,
All
and we
right.
will keep
Yeah.
Black Lightning to close up the stream. So,
Right.
DC, do
Okay.
you want to now? That's the moment where I'm asking you. Do you want to stick around for Star Wars, or you need to go?
I need to go, and besides, I need to do stuff as well.
Okay. Is there anything going on your channel?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. I had a blast having you again.
Mhm.
Um, you know the priority for next week,
Yeah.
and let's hope things get better.
Mhm.
I was very glad to have you back. We missed you, man,
Yeah.
but you
Yeah.
were out for good reason, so that's fine. We
Yeah.
don't hold anything. It's just that we miss you, and I'm
Yeah.
glad you were able to make it. Thank you very much for your time, man, and have a great night.
Yeah.
And take care. And we will talk later.
All right. Bye.
Okay,
Mhm.
Cole. It's just you and
Nice.
I.
Yeah. Now resend the link to Cho and Jada to see if they'll show up at this exact moment to see if 3 hours been enough, just in case before we start. And but yeah, I guess so. A new hope, right now.
Yep.
I will say though, now Jaded isn't here, I guess, for some of the talk, but yeah, I would have been kind of interesting. But like, Jaded owns like, yeah, the very original copies of Star Wars. Some of the rarest things ever are going to be like lost media, probably. Very few people have it. Jaded owns a copy of it and a copy of like every generation of A New Hope's release. And like in the original version, it was just some like storm troopers and stuff in like a vehicle that showed up instead of fucking Jabba the Hutt, who doesn't show up until the third film. So just a clarification there in that one scene, and other things, with the fucking George Lucas edit, I guess. But yeah, and he has like a whole fucking like a whole bin of like those DVDs, and also DVDs of like every original thing of the holiday fucking Christmas special thing. So yeah, and of course the original poster there. So just as a fun thing there that he can't share with us again, that I would have asked him to like pull out, I guess, if he was here. Maybe we'll do that later. But anyway, so A New Hope, yeah, classic film, obviously. This like did so much for the science fiction genre and the fantasy genre and all that, just all the ideas. Again, it's a little bit surface level at moments and a little bit like like could have been a bit better, but overall, those are minor things, and the overall strengths make up for it. And especially in the second and third films, they are definitely, they don't have those, but they keep all the positives. So yeah, so it's almost a perfect trilogy. But yeah, just love all the characters in it. Again, a lot of people kind of say don't really like. I forgot his name exactly. The golden robot. What's his name again? Do you remember?
C3PO.
Yeah, right. C3PO. I don't know why I keep forgetting that sometimes, but yeah, a lot of people
3PO.
don't like him for some reason. I kind of like him. I think he's sort of like a tour guide and like in the protagonist's eyes of like the Star Wars universe, and I like that. And yeah, I like the mountain people and the Ewoks in it. The scenes with that, were really well done and were really well executed, and with Luke Skywalker, and really like the action bits and the whole adventure aspect of it. A lot of revolutionary stuff for its time. The music is fantastic, of course, and the editing is fantastic. The editing for this was actually done by George Lucas's wife. She might have edited like the other two, I think, too. And God, the editing in this carries so many things. Like, it's done so amazingly, and she didn't get enough credit at all for it. It's incredible. And she also behind the scenes came up with so many iconic scenes herself that she shared. So yeah, and I believe she got an Oscar for the editing. George Lucas, I don't think, did. So yeah, but yeah, underrated there. Harrison Ford, awesome to see. Carrie Fisher, awesome to see, and not as a fucking CGI figure. That's always nice. The hint in there at the fucking later films. Anyway, Mark Hamill, yeah, little weak acting, for its time, but still forgivable. Obi-Wan Kenobi was awesome too. Direction was awesome. All that is awesome. And yeah, this won 6 Oscars for its time. Right, so it won Best Art Direction. So art direction slash set decoration, I guess. Best costume design, best sound design, best film editing, best visual effects, and which also won a special achievement award for the sound effects as well. So a 7th Oscar. It won, yeah, special achievement award for sound effects for the creation of the alien creature and robot voices. That was pretty revolutionary for its time. And then best original score by, of course, John Williams. He's like one of the greatest figures of all time. Chill showed up. That's nice. But anyway, yeah, the guy has like 65 Oscar nominees for musical scores in his lifetime. He's like 90 now. So yeah. And
does he get two per year? How do you get 65 in 90 years?
I don't know. His first one was back in 1969 until, again, that's why. And before the 1960s, there wasn't really as much of like musical scores as, at least in the fashion now. So I don't count like the other 50 years. So because of that, whenever people, I just say like he's the best musical movie guy of the century instead of just half decade, since the other half decade, doesn't really count. So yeah, it's just legend. But yeah, and also that those 65 were not even included like some of his best ones like Jurassic Park, so that's what makes it even more impressive. But anyway, yeah, pretty amazing film. Pretty, so yeah, again, pretty revolutionary. Yeah, that's about it, I would say. But again, there are some things that maybe haven't held up too well, at least in comparison to the other two films that come after it, and that might be a little surface level. But I think also the reason for that is because this was originally supposed to be a sort of a one-off thing, because he always had a plan of wanting to make this like a trilogy, George Lucas, back then, but he didn't know if he was going to be allowed to, because this was, a new thing at the time. So because of that, it was made like a one-off thing, and because of that, some of the things suffered, like some of Luke's like arc being a little surface level, and the story and the narrative and the ending. But that's all forgivable, I guess. In the overall grand scheme of things, I guess. Anyway, that's it. You guys can go now.
Hi, good morning. How are you? You're muted, bro.
Yeah,
I was laughing at your words. You said good morning of all words. Come on now. You don't know. You don't know. You do know where I am. I'm in the
Yeah.
Eastern time zone. How dare you say good morning to me?
You just woke up, bro.
How do you know what I do?
because your
and
hair
where?
is a little flatter than usual.
That's very scientific of you people.
How are you today?
I'm gonna stop giving away tells, okay? I'm okay. We're doing Star Wars, and I saw the
Yeah.
Ahsoka trailer. And is that where we're beginning with Star Wars?
Right now we will talk about episode 4, episode 5, episode 6.
Oh,
The
that's what you
holiday-
meant? That's what you meant? We're doing episode 4, 5, and 6?
Yeah. Again, we're doing like 3 or more weeks of Star Wars. So this week, it's the original 3 films, the first Ewok film, and the Christmas special. Then next week, it's the prequel films, the other Ewok film, and the Clone Wars animated film. And then the week after is when we start doing like the shows for like the next 2 weeks. We'll finish them all in like 2 weeks, and then also the 5 newer films. So that's the plan in those like 3 to 4 weeks.
You're mentioning films that don't exist actually now.
Listen, I mean, yes, they shouldn't exist, but we'll pretend we're in a fantasy universe and we're covering them.
Yeah,
right?
where the fan fiction counts.
Yeah.
We cover everything, man. Even bad shows, even bad movies, we cover them.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody knows that Ahsoka Tano missing from episode 4 is a flaw of the movie, and I can't believe that they made the franchise what it is without the lead character.
So, we are in episode 4 right now. I only had a few issues. The first one would be how convenient that R2-D2 and 3PO walked into a firefight without getting hurt by any laser beam. They were just walking in the middle of the alley as people were trading shots. That was hilarious and sad.
Well, to be fair, I don't think in this universe they usually purposely don't hit any robots most of the time, at least, unless they're feeling mean or you're like Darth Vader. But also, which they didn't interact with. But also, I mean, technically, the stormtroopers and everyone have such bad aim that's canon to this universe. So, hey, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Nobody can aim.
Yeah, hey, but it's canon to the universe. They literally set it up as canon. Even later on in like the Mandalorian, it's canon. So that's not a plot hole you can actually complain about, because it's canon to this universe.
I can if I want.
No, they set it up.
Now, Bill Burr, when he was like, I wasn't a stormtrooper, I was an Imperial sniper. He said some line that way. That's so they know these stormtroopers don't aim well. Or they were conserving their blaster bolts and not shooting at everything. It's that's just a droid. So they were purposefully not aiming for the droids, which should have means that they hit them then, right?
Yeah.
Going by their bad aim logic. Yeah.
It's like they I don't give it the pass.
Yeah,
everyone was shooting everywhere.
Even
and
if they
no
get
laser
hit, look, even if they get hit, though, I don't think it would have like killed them or anything.
I'm not saying that would kill them. It just doesn't make sense that they just walk into a firefight. Both sides are shooting everywhere, and they don't get it even once.
I mean, to be fair, there was actually, I think, in the later films, at least with like those weapons, like with drones and stuff, it kind of like flings off of them. I think it's mainly like the more electronic like
Or when
type
they have
ones that
shields.
really, yeah, that really hurts them, or the ones from like ships that really hurt them more. So
Yeah, and my third issue, or fourth or fifth, I lost the count because they can't aim too many times. Um, the last issue I got is I felt nothing when Obi-Wan died. Uh, I just watched the scene. I was like, okay, should I cry? Should I feel something? And you know me, Cole. Sometimes I get emotional when I watch stuff. So
yeah.
yeah, what about you, Cole?
I mean, again, I don't think it was supposed to be like super emotional, but it was supposed to be more like disappointing. Like you just met him again, and he was supposed to train you a lot more, and then you didn't get to. It was supposed to be more of a disappointing moment, not an emotional moment. Also, because it was more of also like, and instead of a emotional moment, or like an acceptance moment, like, and knowing his sacrifice. Like that's the other thing. Like a lot of people complained about the. Now, of course, the fight choreography. I mean, it wasn't like great, but I mean, none the those films back then, but it wasn't the best. But nonetheless, though, it was in that scene specifically, the fight scene and him dying. It was specifically like that because he was specifically not really like trying his hardest. He was basically just doing the bare minimum and fight it in a certain way where he would buy the most time and then sacrificing himself once he saw them get into the ship or whatnot, and in time, just letting him kill him. So it was supposed to be more like an acceptance moment, and then later on in the film with remembering, his message with the Force, or like his soul in the air or something, whatnot, whatever it is.
Yeah. So I'll admit, that movie was enjoyable. Lord
Yeah.
Vader is a great villain. I like the lore. Um, the Alderaan blowing up, the planet blowing up was cool. I
Yeah,
think, considering it's 1977, I believe, I
yeah,
think it's well done.
yeah.
Uh,
It's so revolutionary in like all these like so many areas. It's so revolutionary. Like, yeah. Also, Darth Vader, I believe. Yeah, yeah. I mean, even though the character is white, he's I think voiced by like a black actor. Who was that again? Do
James
you
Earl
know, Chill?
Jones.
Yeah, James Earl Jones. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't remember that, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I know why.
Oh my god, don't. God, no, no. Okay, no. I remember why. No, it's because I I that Lion King 2019 was such a disgrace that I like erased every actor a part of it from my mind.
Did he rewrite his screen or rescript him, or did they just use the old?
No, they had him revoice it for some reason and was god awful. But there were some seconds they like secretly used from the original audio that they claimed they didn't, but they did. Again, YMS did like a 3 hour part one review of it. It's masterful. Go watch it if you want. But yeah, it's just a mess. But anyway, continue.
Just James Earl
so
Jones is the name.
oh,
Yeah.
good.
No, I'm done.
Yeah,
Go
you're
ahead.
just saying James Earl Jones is the guy who voiced
Yeah, you said
Darth Vader.
continue like you weren't the one talking. You were talking, and then you asked for the
like
name.
the original like cut of this film. They just had the actor, the regular actor's voice, trying to do intimidating one.
Yeah,
The guy who in the suit, and it was like I think like some English accent or something. I don't remember, but it wasn't intimidating at all, and it was terrible. And they had him like to dub over it, James Earl Jones, to get that iconic voice. So that was that was smart. That could have been if you look it up online, multi-topic, there's you can hear what the original audio, the original guy in the suit sounded like, and how different this film would have turned out.
is his name Peter Mayhew, or is that the Chewbacca actor?
I don't
I don't
remember.
know any of the actor.
Uh,
Cole, what about you? Do you know the name of the actor?
Uh, let's see.
oh yeah,
I can.
we all could do that. Get on the computer and let's see.
Yeah, let's see. But no, I don't like remember off the top of my. Okay, David Prowse, I guess. So okay, yeah.
So chill. What did you think of episode 4?
every time I rewatch it, I love it, and I do think about how it was 1977, and I'll watch another movie from that, like Rocky #1 happened that era, and I'll just go, "Wow, what a huge difference from quality from one to another," and they both kind of were Oscar contenders that period. I loved it. Every time I watch it, I think about, oh, they mentioned the Clone Wars here, and years later we built. So this the world building of it all. Any little line or any droid or like reference that could be pulled became a story of its own within the Star Wars. They retroactively make this movie better by, of course, Obi-Wan when he was younger, Anakin when he was younger. They they built on so much here. Even revisiting the Mos Eisley in Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett enhances this movie and the way I feel about the characters and the planet they're on.
Did you add any issues with A New Hope?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What
When
would
the
be your issues?
droids, they joked about this on Robot Chicken. R2 and C3PO are launched into Tatooine, and then someone goes like, "Is that no? There's no living organisms on that one. Don't shoot it. Don't worry. I mean, you guys are running low on ammo. What's happening?"
So Luke's reaction to his parents burnt to a crisp.
Yeah, they were all burnt up. I probably would have liked to see it, but then it wouldn't be a kids movie anymore. It would have to be an adult movie.
Again, Mark Hamill, flat back then as an actor, definitely wasn't the strongest, but
Han shot first, yes, we all know that. I think people exaggerate Leia and her independence and all that. Same way like we were talking about with Terminator, when we thought that Sarah Connor, when Jennifer Lawrence made her statement about being an action female hero, the retort was always, "What about Leia? What about Sarah Connor?" And Leia's cool, but Leia's just she got a blaster and she points it. She's still the princess who needs saving, right? So I noticed that. That's not a flaw of the movie. That's more for a flaw
Well,
of people.
only in the fourth one. But yeah, you make a good point. She is the damsel in distress, but I don't think in 5 or 6 she is to be saved. Maybe 5, but she's not the only one. But
Man,
6,
she kissed Luke to make Han jealous. I'm not giving you points for being some sort of like you're mental abuse. You're not an abuser, but you're a what do you call it? Manipulator of emotions, using your femininity and making a guy who chase you by going after this other guy and giving him a kiss while he's injured.
yeah. And that didn't again what they did in the third film that didn't age well.
Yeah.
You didn't they like remove it from the new cuts?
Oh, it was removed. Oh shit.
Yeah, I think at least in like the Empire Strikes Back or something. Like, wasn't this like I'll pull up the image again? Wasn't this like removed from it because of the because of the reveal? That's funny.
do you have any other issues with A New Hope?
Yeah, probably some other things that'll pop up. I mean, yeah, the fact that Ahsoka isn't mentioned. What else is there? The stop motion, because I know it, and it's like, oh, not stop motion. There's another word for it. I think macro photography, when they take life modeled stuff and they just have the camera really closely to it, and you can tell that these ships are actually, about this big in real life, and they just got a camera up really close to it. You can tell that. That's a problem.
Yeah,
it's noticeable.
Fair enough. So this was the thing I found, because I don't know if it was I don't think it was originally supposed to be there, but this is the scenes with like the original guy voicing it during the scenes.
Finding the right voice for Darth Vader was another challenge.
And action!
Lucas had never intended to use the on-set vocal performance of David Prowse.
Start tearing this ship apart piece by piece until you find those tapes. Find the passengers of this vessel. I want them alive!
I can still hear David Prowse's accent in the Darth Vader mask, muffled, because he would do the real dialogue. He's trying to curse Carrie Fisher or something.
Finish you.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic
You
mission.
are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away.
It was hilarious.
Oh, that's whack.
At the same time, because we didn't know what Darth sounded like. That was the first time we heard him. We're like, is that it? Is it going to be some Scottish guy, or what is this?
Prowse's voice would later be replaced with a more menacing performance, provided by classically trained stage and film actor James Earl Jones.
George had hired David Prowse, but he said he wanted a so-called darker voice, and not in terms of ethnic, but in terms of timbre. And the rumor is that he thought of Orson Welles, and then probably thought that Orson might be too recognizable. So what he ends up is picking a voice that was born in Mississippi, raised in Michigan, and was a stutterer. And that happened to be my voice.
I want to know what happened to the plans they sent you.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a member of the Imperial
You are
Senate
part of the Rebel Alliance.
Alderaan.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor.
Yeah.
Take her away.
Oh, that's much better. Take her away than the other dude. David Prowse was
yeah.
like, can you just let her go? Take her away, please? That's how wimpy he sounded.
Too polite. He's too polite. He's
Oh,
like
yeah.
Jigen taking away his shoes when he enters Naruto house. Anyway, do you have any other issues, Chill?
When they mentioned Darth, Obi-Wan Kenobi called Vader by the name of Darth. That was inconsistent. And the way that Darth Vader spins after Han Solo shoots him at the ending, and he just sort of spins out. Oh, but every other time when a blaster hits a TIE fighter, that's it. It's the end of the world for them. So his ability to survive that is a problem too.
That's a good point, man. I like it. Any other issues?
You every time you ask me that, anything else, I'm like, I gotta think of something new.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
I like it, bro. I like it when
Yeah,
people.
I mean, of course,
tear
with
things
a film
apart.
back then, I'm sure you can think of however many like nitpicks and stuff, with its time. But yeah, we would be here forever. Again, I'm sure. Again, even though Jaded loves the films and especially the first one, he can definitely pick it apart. Though the issues, yeah, too bad he isn't here, and could tell a story because he has like all the original like copies of the films, like the original cuts and posters and stuff. But yeah, well, maybe he'll show up like near the end. We'll see. But anyway, I guess we
He's
can give our
asleep.
ratings. He was at the dentist or something or asleep. I don't know.
Yeah, dentist. So, what would be your grade out of 10, Chillmonger?
10 out of 10.
Oh, very interesting. 10 out of 10 for episode 4. What about you, Cole?
Like a 9.75.
Hell yeah, I like it, bro. 7.5.
Yeah. Listen, I only do like 0.5s per decimals, but sometimes I do 0.25 or 0.75 if I want to give it. If I want to just make it look better on streams, like my original rating is 9.5, but I want to make it look a little better because it's such a classic that did so many revolutionary things, but I don't think it's perfect. So I'll say 9.75 instead. That's a tad bit better than 9.5, right?
Would have been a 10 if they didn't hire James Earl Jones.
Yeah, exactly. Too many black people.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 8.5 out of 10.
Hater.
It's just weird to hear
Bro,
that about a
I
masterpiece.
I just can't get over people not being able to aim.
It's canon, though. It's they
Even
set
if
it
it's
up.
canon, I don't care. I hate it when people get aimed.
I mean, in World War I and II, there are a lot of most of the soldiers were idiots who can't aim because they're untrained and shoved out there. That's the same as stormtroopers, right?
Anyway, anything guys would like to add about episode 4 before we move on to episode 5? I guess not. Let's move on to episode 5.
Yes, episode 5. I think, definitely this and both six, yeah, I think took everything masterful and amazing the first did and just upped it even more and fixed all the issues and the surface levelness in a lot of areas. Just fantastic. Episode 5, probably my favorite. There's only one issue I have with it, and it's not enough to drop points off of it from like a masterpiece rating or whatnot, but it is an issue. I have one thing with it. That's I can't tell if it's either just like the pacing or something or the abrupt. Like I do think like near the end, like I'm fine with like ending it how it did, even if it was a little abrupt because of the situation, even if it wasn't like as fulfilling in each episode as like maybe the Lord of Rings ones in each ones. But I just feel like with the pacing was a little off at certain points in it, and before and after the fight with Darth Vader, I think it made it feel a little bit unfulfilling completely near the very end at certain points. And also, I do think, God, this is actually going to be so awkward. Why can't I remember both of the black people's names? This is hilarious.
Lando?
Chill's gonna. No, I mean the actor. Oh yeah,
Is it Billy D. Williams?
right, Billy D. Well, fuck, why couldn't I? Every other time I remember their names, but on the stream now, when Chill's here to call me a racist, I couldn't remember
Yeah,
them.
you're calling yourself racist.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, listen, I'm just.
I don't remember any of the actor outside of Mark Hamill and maybe Carrie Fisher because she died.
Yeah, I don't remember. The one guy who. What's his name? Yeah, who played Obi-Wan, but I guess he was only in the one film. But it was something like I think.
Alec
Guinness. Yeah, Guinness. I knew his last name, but I didn't know his first. But yeah, and with Billy D. Williams' character, out of all the characters in the film, there were elements of it that felt a little bit like surface levelness, sort of like in episode 4, there were parts of it where I think they could have done a better job instead of it didn't. It just felt a little too surface level, and it didn't feel like they really like executed it as well as like the other characters, like Han Solo and such, with like what they were going through and such. And that's also sort of the same thing in episode 6 with his character, sadly. But so yeah, those would be, that was like that's pretty much like overall my only gripe with it, but it's not enough to dock any points really for me. I still think this is a masterpiece. Still doesn't take away from the scene. Just if I had to think of anything, though, then it's that. But yeah, the opening, fantastic, and that whole the cave scene with the monster and like cutting open the thing to keep him alive. That was all fantastic and really well done. And then the scenes with Yoda were so iconic, and then of course the climax in that whole city with Darth Vader, and then that iconic plot twist, one of the best of all time. And it still holds up. And also, if you want to, there are, actually, I'm going to pull it up maybe later. Yeah. So I won't say it now, but yeah, incredible film. Definitely, I would say better than the first. But yeah. So what did you got? What did you guys think?
I will let you speak, Chillmonger. What did you think of episode 5?
I wish we had explanations on how long Luke was with Yoda, as well as how long was Han and Leia trapped over there on Bespin. On the Cloud City, I wanted more explanation of how that worked. A wide shot, maybe from the ground, just to see how this all is, so that when they do return to pick up Luke, who's hanging off of a thing, I could kind of understand what that thing is and the purpose of that. Cloud City needed, and I mean 10 seconds of like some kid playing catch and looking up and noticing the clouds and noticing there's a city there. You really just could have done that little thing where you phased and you just showed me around what we're working with. I got no problems with Lando, little supporting character, yay. That's all.
Did you have any issues with the movie at all outside of the planet not enough setup or time zone on what happens?
Yeah, the sister and brother kissing. I got jealous. I'm just...
Okay, so me, I got a few issues. Number one, plot armor on Luke. He didn't get killed by the Yeti creature. Number two, how did Han Solo found Luke? I mean, the planet is big. Did he just happen to find him because plot wants him to find him, or
I mean, listen, I think I forgot what, but I'm pretty sure they explained that there were certain ways how he was able to track his location, and also, I mean, I don't think it's too unrealistic that he survived against that monster thing and everything. Like, at the end of the day, it's just like an animal creature thing. You can outsmart it as a human. He was able to with the force and technical things. I think people can do it, especially someone like Luke with the force and everything and becoming a Jedi.
He didn't find him right away either. He was hanging upside down, so a lot of hours have passed.
but
Yeah.
were they really searching for him like for hours? Because they took a long time to realize he didn't return.
They're bad friends. Not Han. He said, "Yeah, the blizzard's crazy, and my friend is in it," and he went off to find him.
Next up, I don't think all of the humor aged well. I will admit, sometimes I'd laugh, but other times I'm like, it's not funny.
C-3PO?
I will be honest. I watched them back to back, so I don't have like clear example because we watch a lot of things, as you can guess. But I marked down some of the humor didn't age well, so maybe it was C-3PO. Maybe I can't remember. I don't have as much detail on my notes. I just realized at some point I'm like, yeah, some of the joke didn't land well on the entire movie, but some did land well.
It wasn't a very humorous movie. It was mainly just the Yoda stuff near the very beginning. That's it.
Yeah. Next up, yeah, that's probably Yoda actually.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they
wasn't,
tried
laughing
really
out
hard to
loud.
be funny with Yoda, but I didn't find it funny. I just found it
no,
annoying.
well, actually, I don't think they were trying to be laugh out loud. I think, here's the thing, he's intentionally trying to make himself be stupid and just also not funny, just stupid and doing all that random shit. So doesn't seem like a Jedi master like that until he asks for him and confronts him and all that. And I don't think it was supposed to be like a laugh out loud funny scenes or stuff. It's just supposed to be weird, just look at this idiot, and then in shock when he reveals himself to be that with the audiences.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was going for. And then the rest of it, I don't think there was really any other funny moments throughout the film. There were bits and pieces, but it wasn't like that. So
here again, you will say it's in universe, but that bothers me so much.
yeah,
The
fair enough.
stormtrooper not aiming well while Leah and the other try to escape the floating city. I was rolling my eyes. I was like, bruh. I know it's a meme. I don't care if it's a meme. They don't know how to aim. That pissed me off.
Yeah.
Why do you
I mean,
hire them if they can't aim?
I mean, look,
is to kill people, right?
yeah, well, they run a low on people. I mean, look, it's a stupid Star Trooper rookie versus those veterans. I mean, who would win?
So, what would be the thing you like the most, Chillmonger, about Empire?
The bad guys win. And the cliffhanger.
Oh,
The
I
cliffhanger,
like
yeah.
it.
Adding Yoda was great. Yoda's a cool character, and I'm making a mentor who kind of he was able to lift the X-wing out of the water, and he was like, "Yeah, that's why you fail." And he walks off. I'm like, "Oh, good scene."
Yeah.
Yoda's the highlight of this.
Yeah, I enjoyed Yoda when he wasn't messing around when he was teaching Luke. I like it. Um, so I liked, for once I liked relationship between Leia and Anne. I liked the seeds that were planted, because it's mainly growth. Because Han Solo used to not really care about people, and during 4 and 5, he started caring about Luke, Leia, and the Alliance, and he was more than just a dog that didn't want any attachments. And I think that's why I kind of like the fact that they are seeds for a future relationship. Um, I like the action. The action is always really fun in Star Wars. That's like probably my favorite thing about Star Wars, the action. Um, Yoda teaching to Luke was cool. I liked it. The reveal that Darth Vader is Luke's father was very interesting. I liked it. Um, the music, as usual. The Force being the reason they found Luke was cool. Like by the end, after he got defeated by Vader. Um, yeah. The group escaping was cool. The ending was perfect. What would be your grade out of 10, starting with Chillmonger?
10.
10. What about you, Cole?
10. And also, if this was released nowadays, the NTSJW YouTubers would have a fake.
You caught up. I only heard NTSGWs.
So, they would have a field day with it today.
Why?
What did it do?
No, just they would be, if they saw this today, it was released today, they'd be like, of course there were no black people in the first one, so then they shoved in this one for the second one, so then to make up for it, and then they gave him a whole kingdom. Oh man, what bullshit is that?
Why did he have to go and kiss Leia on the hand? What are they doing here? Oh, it's not just about Han, and it's not Luke anymore. Here comes this third guy that they shoehorned.
Oh yeah!
Lando
Oh no! They're
cool.
like, oh yeah, they're
I
trying to
enjoyed
like
Lando.
they're trying to interracial cuck him. All these woke people. Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, also there's this show. This is like the only thing.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened with your father. He told me enough.
Oh,
This is
cinema
theater
reaction?
reactions.
I am your father.
No. Just look at that fucking shock. Everybody in the theater's just like, no, what?
So I will sound like a bummer again. I don't want to 8. I just want to be fair to everything we cover.
Yeah.
8.5 out of 10, just like
Wow.
the 4th episode.
Yeah, that pure shock. That's the only recording ever in history, by the way, of a theater reaction like that. Like, people were afraid the FBI would get them. That guy snuck it in, though, and then that guy on YouTube found it in his basement from his father in 2017, uploaded it. Thank you very much.
You believe it? You believe it's real? I don't think so.
No, it's real. It's authentic.
I doubt everything.
So, between episode 4 and 5, Chillmonger, which one is your favorite? Because you gave a score to the same score to both. Which one is your favorite?
Maybe 4.
Okay, and why? What gave 4 the edge?
Because of Vader versus Kenobi. That fight was more powerful than the one that Luke has with Vader. So the fighting is better and meant more to me, more lines that hit.
Okay, very interesting. So I will say I liked slightly more episode 5 because of the reveal, and it's iconic. You think Star Wars, you think Empire Strike Back, I think. And you, Cole, I think it's obvious. I think you like more Empire, right? I
Yeah.
guess I'm right. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to episode number 6. Who wants to start on episode 6? Return of the Jedi.
Oh, you want me to say
Yeah,
the good things about it?
Cho can go.
The good
Yeah,
things
you can
about Return
start.
of the Jedi, the best things about it
Yeah.
are the ending and the beginning. Ewoks were a mistake. C3PO, then the like that was so hokey. The return to Yoda, I wish he would have stayed with him longer. I wish that Yoda would have bestowed some more knowledge on him, knowing where we would be years later. It'd be good to have him like have a better foundation, or they would have showed that Yoda and Luke actually did some stuff with each other. Between the two movies, they didn't show that. I wanted
Yeah.
more. So the training was missing from there, just from the beginning. Okay, right, and then the way that it ended, I want better fighting, man. I want as emotional as it was, where Vader changed his mind. As emotional as I wasn't good, it was cool. I still needed something more than I'll carry you and I'll throw you. Vader, if he would have just choked the Emperor, and he says align, and then he takes his lightsaber, and now all of a sudden we got a red lightsaber, and we're cheering for what he does with it. That would have been more impactful. So the communication saves the day trope needed to not be there.
I like your take. I like it. So that would be an issue for you. They talked it instead of fighting it.
I needed more fight, and they did fight for like 10 minutes before that, right? But I
Yeah.
needed the final blow.
Yeah. I can see why. Um, Anything else you'd like to share?
Oh no, Han, Luke. I mean Leia and Han. Leia and Han. I love you. I know. That was cool. What in the woods when they were on their speeders? That was really cool. Also, so the performances, acting wise, was on par with everything else in this series. I believed all the words, and that's all. That's all.
Okay. What about you, Cole?
I didn't have a problem with like the middle of the film and such and all that stuff they did, but in comparison to the beginning and the end of the film, though, it does make it kind of all forgettable, kind of, just because the beginning and end is just like an 11 out of 10, and the rest of it in between is more of like a 9 out of 10. And there's some things that maybe they shouldn't have done. So in comparison, I don't know, it's not too memorable, but yeah, a fantastic film though. Close to a masterpiece, maybe a masterpiece. I think it's kind of on the same level as like the first Star Wars film, if not slightly better. Is it a
Ooh.
masterpiece? So I'm deciding. I'm not sure, but it's incredible. And yeah, again, the acting I really enjoyed. Again, the plot twist at the very end, like out of all, of course, like when I saw it, when I was like revisiting it, I knew about all the I'm your father stuff. Obviously, that's done to death, by now in pop culture. But I didn't actually, when I was revisiting it, for some reason, I didn't actually remember that Vader actually, redeems himself and is able to then turn again, after like Luke helped. I didn't actually remember that part, so that was a huge shock for me when I saw that. It was epic. It's like I just saw it in like 1983 in the theaters. But yeah, and cinematography, course, fantastic direction, fantastic. Really love the action scenes and stuff. And then, of course, we get Boba Fett, falling into that pit where he should have died instead of doing what they did later on with that fucking show. Let's we'll discuss that another week. But yeah, overall, yeah, pretty amazing. And yeah, I'm not gonna play the video or anything or share it because it's too long of one. But if you wanted to watch something interesting, there's like videos. There's videos online of like news interviews and stuff of people like before they see the film in theaters and then getting out of the film, like giving their thoughts and stuff. And it's really cool to see that. I'm very nostalgic, so I recommend watching it. If you get the chance later on, maybe after the stream if you haven't seen it yet. Yeah, really enjoyed the film though. Yeah, nothing else, nothing like too in depth or anything. Don't really have like any flaws. And maybe I would hate the Ewok stuff though. Chill if, but for some reason I like the Ewok characters. I always kind of like them for some reason. So
Ewok are cool. Ewok are life.
yeah, well, not the fucking films. Let's not go there. But yeah.
Okay.
So this is the video. Yeah, linked it there.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyhow, so I guess you can go now.
Yeah. So that's funny. That's very funny. I think that's actually the weakest of the three. My enjoyment was kind of high. Regardless, I was very invested. Despite my issues, I was invested. I enjoyed the movie. So first issue, nobody can aim, and only a few shots were shown to be deflected by the Force. This is cool when I see shot being deflected. It makes sense that they miss if it's the Force that shield Luke or whoever uses the Force. I'm fine with that. I want that. That actually excuses people not hitting their target, but they don't show that enough. Next up would be, it's stupid that the Death Star number 2 has the same design flaw as the first one, with a weak point easy to hit since there's a tunnel leading to it.
The whole Death Star number 2 is stupid and uncreative.
Yeah.
Exactly. That just reminded me. You mentioned in that just reminded me we should probably watch Spaceballs as well eventually.
Next up would be in the bike scene, the trooper couldn't aim. That was horrendous. Like they shoot, even if it's in lore and in universe. I don't care. I think it's horrendous. Next up would be some of the humor didn't age well. Again, I had the same critic of episode 5. Next up would be plot armor on everyone that got captured instead of killed. Remember, these are authoritarian people. Darth Vader and his people are villain, and why don't they just simply kill everyone? Because that's a kid movie. That's the reason. Humor didn't age well again. So this means at some point I thought they were trying to be really funny, but it wasn't. Plot armor on Leia getting shot only on the shoulder. Plot armor on Luke. He keeps getting lightning shock without dying. He got like on the ground.
It was a thin lightning. It was barely even lightning. It was static shocks.
Yeah, sure. So this movie had more issues for me than episode 4 and 5. I still enjoyed it. I had a good time watching it, but it was flawed, like really flawed. I like the first act when they kind of saved Han Solo from Jabba. There was a lot of action I liked. I also enjoyed the fact that they held on the creature instead of revealing the creature on the ground in Jabba Hut. Like the creature kills something or someone, and they wait like 20 minutes to reveal the creature. And I like when movies do that. Like there's a creature you don't know how that creature looks like, and later on they show you the creature, the big reveal. I like when movie do that because there's a feeling of earning something, and that's good. I like it. There's a lot more to like, I think. For each dislike I got, there's at least a like. So yeah, I won't go too deep into that, but yeah, I think the redemption arc of Vader was cool. That was amazing. The fight wasn't on point, just like what you said. He just threw the Emperor in the reactor. That was like, okay, cool. I wanted lightsaber action, bruh. I wanted that. I wanted to see it. I was really disappointed. But the idea is there, and the reveal of like Leia being Luke's sister was cool. And a reaction to that was also cool. I liked it a lot. There was an happy ending. That's cool. We like it. Closure and stuff. For me, that would be a 6.5 out of 10. What about you, Chillmonger? What would be your score out of 10?
8 out of 10. It
8.
was still it was very good. So 8 out of 10. Yes, the design of doing another Death Star, yeah, it's lame. The middle was the middle, but it still had. It was very interesting. The beginning, starting off the way that it did with the big adventure, was so thrilling. It was like, this is what we worked so hard to get to. Han being rescued, yes, and Luke fulfilling what we would hope a Jedi could be. Basically, we're like, oh, so Kenobi was doing missions like this when he was younger. The beginning was so good. 8.
What about you, Cole? What would be your score out of 10?
It's like 9.5. It's the first.
9.5. So this is your least favorite in the tree, right?
Well, yeah, that or like a 9.75. It's around that. Again, it's around the same as like the first. It's I would say it's about the same. Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm trying to find the holiday special.
I don't know if I'm cutting off.
Now you're fine. So Chillmonger, have you seen the holiday? Huh?
Nope.
No.
And I never will. Or the Ewoks. There's just certain things I'm gonna save myself from, and that's one of them that I'm not gonna watch. No way.
You gotta watch the Christmas
I will watch
special. It
the
is a
Ahsoka.
classic.
I'll watch a lot of other. I'll watch Resistance before I watch those things.
Hey, the Christmas special. Listen, the Christmas special is canon to the universe, to the trilogy. So you're not going to complete the universe and the trilogy until you finish that.
Not everything needs to be completed. I don't need 100%. I'm good with 99.75%. I'm stepping out. Good. Thanks for having me. Were you going to say something?
For coming, man. Is there anything you'd like to plug?
Chillmonger on YouTube, Chillmonger on Twitter and Instagram. New. And I have a TikTok, which I don't upload shorts, but I think shorts are the feature, so I need to think about a new short idea. Okay. Subscribe.
What do you have going on your channel?
Nothing.
Okay,
I think next week is the Black Panther comic, and I'll do reviews of the comic next week. And then for now, I haven't reacted to Blue Beetle, so maybe I'll do a Blue Beetle video.
Thank you very much for coming, man.
You know,
Take
you
care
could
and
do
have
like
a good one.
you know, one on the okay, he left. He left. Okay, I guess my
He
thing
was
was
in a
cutting
hurry.
off.
So,
Yeah, my bad. Okay, well, no, I was gonna let him know that maybe he could have done like a 33 questions thing for Mission Impossible since it releases tomorrow, but you know, or soon. But yeah, just as an idea, I'll DM that later. But anyway, but yeah, prequel
So-
films and those two other films, and then the week after the newer films, and then the TV shows, and then the week after that the rest of the TV shows.
So right now, we will cover the masterpiece, the one and only best Star Wars movie ever made.
Yes,
The holiday special.
yes, this is the
It's
only.
so good.
Yeah, this is the best film I've ever seen in my life. By that, I mean the complete opposite. This is one of the worst films I've ever seen of all time. This is like bottom 50 of all time. I've seen every garbage film imaginable, every 1 out of 10 film in history, and this is bottom 50. This is the only good thing about this. There's only one good thing, and that's that animated thing with Boba Fett. That's it. The rest, and you know, it's maybe the intro there. The rest of it is just like, what the fuck? It's just Wookiees in costumes walking around. Hold on. Then some.
You sound Robo,
Oh
bro.
my god, so
your
thrilling.
Your
I love
Robo
that.
Cole.
I love
Robo
that.
Cole is there.
Oh fuck! I'll refresh.
Looks like Cole will be back. Cole will be back. Cole will be back. Cole will be back. Are you back, Cole?
So they're starting to mess up with my thing. Yeah, no, it's just so thrilling. You have a Wookiee going, you know, making its sounds, you know, doing its thing, and then you have another one doing it, and then another one doing it. You know, sometimes you get a rah, sometimes you get a, sometimes you get a, and then that's it. That's the whole fucking film. Hold on. This is very thrilling. Sometimes you get a roar. There. That's the whole fucking film. It's just a bunch of fucking Wookiee sounds and I'm doing whatever. That's the whole fucking film. And then sometimes you get a little update on, you know, the other characters. And what the fuck is this film? Who the fuck came up with this? What the fuck kind of crack was George Lucas fucking smoking? This is infamous for a reason. What the fuck did everybody just watch? This is what they tried to erase this from history.
Bro, are you still here?
Yes, barely.
Barely. Okay.
Barely. This movie is killing me.
The more I think about it, the worse the movie becomes. And
but
there
is no movie. It's just dog shit. There's no movie. It's literally all just Wookiees going. Rawr! That's it. That's the whole fucking movie. It's garbage.
Side note number 1. I had apathy. It doesn't feel like a movie we needed. Feels like a easy cash grab.
No shit. It's a Christmas special on TV.
I think with my side notes, I will make the score worse for once. Side note number 2, I don't know if it's my ears being blocked or if it's the sound being shit. What about you? Huh?
It might be a little bit of both, but probably the sound. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I love when they said the whole fucking cast. Do you remember that in the beginning? They said all the characters and like the actors in the cast names. All right.
Yeah.
All right, and they even said the actor's name. Before then, he didn't get any recognition in the first film, but they did that in the Christmas special. That was nice. So when I was watching that, I was like, "Oh, that's nice," you know. That's really nice. I appreciate that. Yeah, and then they were like R2D2 as R2D2. You realize that he's an actor, right? It's this guy. It was like I think he like passed away now. Share my screen, but I think they have like other ones and newer ones playing it. But yeah, no, an actual person played R2D2. Share my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like some some midget or whatnot, and like who was stuck in this, just getting fucking heat stroke stuck in this small little thing, and you do not mention him. You don't give him his credit, but you get the fucking Wookiee credit and everybody else. Okay, thank you. R2D2 as R2D2. Fuck you.
Okay.
Ah.
Pacing. That was terrible. That was boring.
You don't say. Oh, tell me what was bad about the pacing. I'm really surprised. You're saying a film that is nothing but 2 hours of Wookiee sounds and not knowing what the fuck is going on and wanting to die has bad pacing.
Mark Hamill acting is shit.
Not shit. Really. It wasn't very good in The Force Awakens to begin with, so.
The girl singing. More singing.
Yeah.
The humor doesn't end. More singing. More singing. I lost brain cells just thinking back about that movie. That was bad. And
I don't know how you cannot give this film a 1 out of 10. That's all I'm going to say.
Bro, I will be fair. I will be honest. But as we talk about it, movie got worse.
Well, there's nothing. There's nothing redeeming in this film. It's shit from
I
start
got
to
3
finish.
likes, bro. Characters are likable, I guess.
What's the 3 likes?
The
And how
Wookiees
does that
are cool.
redeem? Wait, what's
The
cool?
music is fine.
No, the music is just like background elevator music. Maybe like the scene where he's like, on like the balcony, and there's like that atmosphere, okay, but
That's a masterpiece, man. Stop lying.
yeah, this is the best Star Wars. Screw all the other 3 Star Wars films. This is where it's at.
So I think it's time to give a score. What's your score?
It's a 1 out of 10. And listen, there might be like those 3 likes you have, right? Sort of like the 3 likes I gave it, like the animated thing for Boba Fett. All right. That they're not even like really likes. They're just 3 things you can tolerate in this film. They are not enough to not give this film a 1 out of 10. This film is literally not even shouldn't even be classified as a film.
I will shock you with my score.
You better not.
7.
No,
I'm joking. I wanted to see your reaction.
Well, I was gonna say you gave that a higher score than films like The Lighthouse. I was gonna just as
the true score is 5.
That's you gave it a higher score than this man gave the Star Wars Christmas special a higher score than the Banshees of Inisherin.
Yeah. I would rather rewatch this shit than Banshees.
I'm clipping this so badly. Oh my god. And there's a lot of throwing moments in this, right? You know, sometimes you get a roar instead of a roar. It's really throwing moments in this film. You don't know what's going to come next.
I think it's time for Black Lightning because I haven't seen the Adventure of Ewok.
Well, again, we can just review it. You know,
Review it. Okay, go ahead. Review it.
yeah, it's again because you saw like the review and you saw bits of it, and that like the 10-minute review. That's all you need. That's literally all you need. You don't need to watch the film as long as you saw that 10-minute review I sent you. That's all. And yeah, it's just that. It's a mess. Like, it's a film made for like toddlers. It's a made for TV thing again, like the Christmas special, and they learned their risks. So they didn't they just dropped it. They learned their mistakes, but they still made a shitty film as well. It's just all a mess. It's just two kids who act like garbage, who are somehow worse actors than the fucking Wookiees in the Christmas special. How you're such a bad
Robocall is back.
Oh my god, let me refresh.
So yeah, I liked more the holiday special than Banshee.
For fuck's sake. Okay. I don't know what's going on there, but anyway, yeah. I don't know how you're such bad kid actors that those two are somehow worse than the Wookiees in the Christmas special, but that's incredible. Yeah, it's just that. It's like a shitty kids film where they just do whatever for 2 hours with, but this time with fucking Ewoks and doing fuck all and doing whatever. There were actually some positives I have with it, and the narrator was good. They somehow got a good narrator who narrated a lot of stuff he's famous for. That's it. And some of the music was alright, I guess. So it's not as bad as the Christmas special, but it's still shit. And we'll watch the second one next week. And again, if you have time, you can, watch the film fully if you want to get the full experience. But if you watch that 10-minute review I sent you in DMs with Chris Stuckman, then that's all you need. And you can comment on the film just off of that if you want right now. Yeah, my rating for it, though, is like a 1.5 or a 2 out of 10. What would be your rating based on the 10 minutes you saw in that review of that highlights the whole film?
A3. Better than Cocaine Beer.
Uh-huh. Yep. that review is all you need to see. And you can do the same with the second one if you want. Because really, you're not missing anything else. The reviews just it shows you everything you need to see. The rest of it is literally just the characters walking around or sitting around doing nothing for 2 hours to try to spread out the runtime. So yeah,
that looks.
Anyway, now Black Lightning now.
Yeah,
they should have put down the timestamp for the Ewok film. Hell yeah,
it doesn't exist.
There's a timestamp for it. Anyway, so Black Lightning, right? We just talked about two shit, and now, this was not good, but in comparison to those two, it's a masterpiece. So, but yeah, this is the weakest season of Black Lightning for me. I wasn't into it really. I thought the pacing was horrible. I wasn't intrigued by much going on. The second half was definitely better than the first half, though. But yeah, I wasn't a fan of a lot of this, and I don't have really anything to say about it. This is the one topic today I don't have anything to talk about. So because of that, I'll literally just really let you talk.
Okay, this is very, very interesting. I sadly didn't have time to rewatch, but it's still fresh in my memory because that's the last season, and I actually watched it twice already, even if it's the last one, and both time I enjoyed it the same way. I think that's probably on par with season one. I think it's probably because, as I said, I haven't rewatched it, so maybe it's slightly worse, maybe it's slightly better. Um, all I can remember is I enjoyed a lot the first half, actually. The first four episodes with Jefferson being broken by Anderson Deft was amazing. What did you think of that entire grief part, that entire storyline where Jefferson doesn't want to be Black Lightning anymore because he failed his friend? What did you think of that?
I thought, honestly, do you want to know my real opinion?
Yeah.
Because
Otherwise, what's
I
the
feel
point of
like you
us?
might have liked it, and I feel like you might not like my opinion on it. But what, just like season 3 and a lot of areas of the show, with that, I liked the idea of it, but I didn't like the execution. The execution of it, again, that stuff has been done in many comic book movie stuff. It's been done to death. Like something happens and they don't want to like be the character anymore, or hold back on their stuff. So, and the Black Lightning character did a lot of unique storylines and stuff though prior to this, but that one's really cliche. But the execution of it, I did not. It really just felt like a storyline with the character of them like running out of things to do, running out of ideas, and trying to like. So then they just came up with that and pushed it for as many scenes as possible throughout the show. That's what it felt like. I wasn't into it.
Fair enough. I understand where you are coming from. So I will say this. Um, I think it's a mixed bag. I like the idea of it's ended, but just like what you said, some of the execution is not that great. Um, Sometime like the perfect example of that is him losing control and using his powers on cops because these cops were racist, basically. Um, that was off character for him to do something daytime like that, and like being careless and needed someone else to save him. That's where I feel like they missed the mark there, because Jefferson was always very smart. And here, even if losing Anderson was like losing a part of himself, I think the execution is just not good. It feels off. It feels wrong that Jefferson would just do that on daytime. And then the cops are after him and they are like, oh, maybe that's just a coincidence and that kind of stuff. And that execution, man, it's just not that great. But I did like the fact that he didn't want to suit up. I did like the fact that he didn't listen to Gambi, because Gambi was like, if you use your power, why not your suit? You can place yourself in danger. You can lose your powers. You can die. I liked that aspect of Jefferson being changed into someone else. And if I remember correctly, that season he is back as principal. Am I right on that? Is he back as principal in season 4?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because in season 3 he had a special place that was like special role. He was like a chair member or
Yeah.
something. But I think he was back as principal in season 4. And that's actually fine, because at that point the excuse of not being present anymore for the student doesn't hold anymore, because he's not Black Lightning anymore. So that's progress here again, and I liked it. And we got another addiction storyline. It's nowhere near as good as season 3, but I think it was relevant and I enjoyed it because this time around there were consequences. Jennifer got stuck there and someone else replaced her because of her addiction. And I enjoyed that aspect of the early parts of the season. Also liked a lot the first episode where we get to meet the recast. That's really good. And I will also say this. There was a drama behind the scene. we don't have a clear picture. We don't have a clear picture of what happened, but something happened between the actor that played Jefferson and the actress that played Jennifer. And this is why this season they green screen the shit out of a lot of scenes where they are together. And this is why they barely share screen together. And this is why someone else replaced Jennifer that season. It's because of the drama. And parts of that drama is also the reason why they canceled their 5-season plan and they made it a 4-season plan instead. So that drama did created a lot of issues. Now, my issues with the back half would be uh, how bad the cop captain is. She's a terrible character. I truly hate her. Um, what else? I actually forgot a lot of things that happened in the back half. I think the back half was very forgettable. Um, I remember Jefferson trying to stop Tobias, and Tobias is just too powerful. Uh, what else? Uh, I didn't like Tobias that season. I understand why they used him. They wanted to give some closure. They wanted to make Jeff kill Tobias in the end, to pretend the show ends and the story of Light Lightning ends. What did you think of that? Did you expect Jefferson to kill Tobias? Cole?
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Yeah, I sort of expected it. Yeah.
Okay, so what I like about that ending is it changes a lot of things, because in season 1 there was that struggle where uh, Jefferson wanted to kill Tobias, but things happened and he didn't. And later on, he comes with that rule to his daughters saying no kill. And even when Jennifer wanted to kill Tobias in season 2, Jefferson was like, don't kill. We don't do that here. And now in season 4, after all of the struggle, after Anderson death, and after his journey as Black Lightning, decided to break his rule to kill Tobias. And this, I can get behind that. I liked it a lot. That was well done. I think that was actually great. Um, but Tobias, yeah, Tobias is not that great that season. Lala, the guy that keep coming back to life, wasn't that great. Here again, Tobias could shut down the powers of every meta at some point in season 4. I wasn't a fan of that. I think the writing wasn't as good as season 2 or 3. It's clearly a setback, but I liked how they handled Anderson death despite the few mistakes here and there. What did you think of the detective, the new detective that kind of side with Jefferson at some point?
Sorry, repeat that.
What did you think of the new detective that kind of replaced Anderson, the guy that didn't trust Black Lightning at first, but that wanted to trust him eventually? What did you think of
I
that
liked that.
character?
I liked it.
That's good. So,
Yeah.
also
Did you?
enjoyed. Yeah, I did. I think it was one of the highlights, one of the best part of that season. Also liked a lot the painkiller centric episode, and at that point they were talking about a spin-off, but the actor playing Khalil, he didn't want to be part of the spin-off. That's why the spin-off never happened. But they were talk, like they were like, that's a backdoor pilot for a painkiller TV show, and the actor was like, no, I'm not interested. So yeah, season 4 did a few missteps. I feel like Lynn was not really evolving with the addiction storyline. She was still addicted in season 4, and it's kind of sad that you don't let your character grow, especially when you prove you can make them grow and change. So season 4, based on what I remember, I think I would give it a 7 out of 10, just like season 1. But I don't know which one I liked more. So what about you? What would be your grade out of 10?
I'd give it a 5 out of 10. So yeah, it's the weakest, but yeah, it's not bad at all. It's average. And I would say I mean I enjoyed season 1 more, but between the two, I would say you would probably, knowing you, enjoy season 4 more, because I know there are certain things in season 1 that in a couple of episodes, even if they were just like one or two things that are things that would piss you off so much that just remembering them in season 1 would make you choose season 4 over it, like the scene with the cop.
Yeah, but there was a similar scene, if I remember correctly, with Lynn in season 4.
Oh, really?
When they
I
searched
don't
her.
remember that. Which one?
Lynn went in prison at some point in season 4.
Oh, the
And
prison. Oh, okay, I see.
yeah, I didn't like that scene at all. I remember being bothered by it. I was like, "Bro, you already did this shit in season 1. Why do you do it again?"
Yeah, anyway, I've been zoned out for this last topic because, I mean, I said this was the one I had the least to say, but also I just got 4 hours now. Fucking hell, it's oh, we made it to 4 hours again, and this
Yeah.
was without Jaded. So imagine if we had Jaded, how longer it would be.
Add an hour because
But
Jada
yeah,
did that a
but
lot.
again, Jada can show up next week or the week after or both or whatnot, and we can he can rediscuss the original ones and the 5 if he wants. But yeah, so you can let him know again, just
Yeah.
Tuesday same time. Let him know.
Yeah. So as a TV show, what grade would you give to Black Lightning?
Overall, like a 5.5.
Okay. For me, based on what I remember, because here again, season 4 I have a lot of holes because I can't remember everything. I think as a show, Black Lightning should deserve for me a 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
8 because I enjoyed a lot season 2 and 3. 3 especially is a masterpiece for me. 2 is really good. It's on point. And season 1 is average for me. I liked it. I liked what they tried to do. That was their first shot. It wasn't a miss by any means. It's just not as good as other shows like our early season, like season 2, season 1.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I might rewatch season 3 in the future and see what I missed, because that's that's just my weakest. I don't know what I missed.
I think you should just rewatch the entire show now that you have seen all 4 seasons. Because
I'll see.
Just rewatching one specific season would defeat the purpose, because maybe you missed other things in past season.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll do that.
Even my first watch of season 3, I liked it a lot. But at that point, I had a few watch behind my back for season 1 and 2. So season 2 and
I'm
3.
surprised. Continue.
Season 2 and 3 are great. Season 4 was a disappointment for me as well, because
easily the worst.
I said it. 3 is a masterpiece for me, and then you give me that one-dimensional cop girl that has abusive power team over the walls, and Tobias being a shit villain. So yeah, 5.5 for you. What's the score you would give to the entire show already?
Well, no, season 4 was a 5, but the overall show is 5.5 again. Like season 1 was like a 6 for me. Season 2 was like a 5.75. Season 3 was like a 5.25, and this was a 5. So So then the whole show overall would be right in the middle of all those ratings, 5.5. So yeah,
Well,
pretty even around that range. Again, I'm surprised though that I actually enjoyed this show more than
yeah,
these other CW shows like The Flash because it's lesser known.
it's well written. I think it's because it's well written, it's more mature, and it didn't aim for the same kind of audience. And I I think people that were into it really liked it. Um, that I think overall that's a good show that I would recommend watching. It's not as good as Arrow because season 1 and 4 are weaker for me, but season 2 and 3 are clearly holding their own, and it's sad because I wished we had the first plan they had with 5 seasons. I really want to see what they had in store for season 4 and 5, because season 4 felt like a mashup between what they wanted to do with 5 and 4, and this is what we got, and this is why 4 wasn't as great as the rest of the show. Um, yeah. Any closing thoughts? We are now in the outro because we covered pretty much everything.
No, that's about it, I guess. But yeah, there's was there anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, what we could do is 2 weeks from now, we could ask DC, but we could cover Mission Impossible 2 weeks from now. So next week we would cover
I
what
mean,
we plan for
yeah,
next
we'll
week.
see. It would be at least after the Star Wars stuff, so it would be after 2 to 3 weeks. So, because yeah, next week is the prequels, then the newer films, and then the other week where we finish off it with the shows. So it would be then the week after that one. But another thing though is the Mission Impossible stuff. The week we have planned out for him. Yeah, it would. There's one other thing it might depend on. I'm here's if this can happen, then look, I'll let what we can do it. Then you guys can then do the last one, and at a later date when I finally do, then I'll talk about it in a thing, and you can have it as like a just a bonus thing in that stream. But as we do with like guests and stuff who come on and recap stuff, but for reasons with my theater situation in my area, I might not be allowed. Sorry, I might not be able to see the new Mission Impossible film in theaters, so I might have to wait till digital release. So
Oh, really?
unless
That sucks.
yeah, so if it's not going to be out on digital for a while, then we can do it right after the Star Wars stuff. But I can't say anything about the new one. Like if anything, you can like save the very last film as the last topic, and then I dip, and then I'll at a later date when I maybe like a month and a half in the future when I do watch it digitally, we can talk about it again, like my thoughts on it. If that's fine.
Yeah. Um, Here again, thank you very much for your time. I am having a blast every week with you. I cannot wait to cover Smallville season 2 next week and the prequels. That will be very entertaining and funny. I really
Yeah.
hope DC will have enough time for Smallville, because 20-ish episodes is a lot. For me, it's fine because I'm used to it, but he's still kind of new to that. So let's hope he will have the time. Um, so, man, thank you very much again. You're amazing. I'm glad this show works very well because we kept doing it, Viewership is maybe not perfect, but we are doing this for fun. Well, I do this for fun, at least, and that's what matters most, I think. Um, so, anything is you'd like to share?
Nothing else really. That's all. But again, hopefully JD comes on next week so he can roast the fucking prequels.
Yeah. So, thank you very
So
much,
you
man.
can actually invite Row Comics on as well. You can send him a link and see if he's available too, because he's also a huge Star Wars fan who also owns the
What was
original
that? Rogue Comic?
Row Comics. You don't remember him?
Oh yeah, I think I've seen him
Yeah,
once
yeah,
or
you
twice.
can contact him, and yeah, I can do for you as well. Yeah, again, Kados probably sent you a DM as well, so make sure to
Yeah.
check that too. But yeah, he's just like jaded. He's older. He's like in his 50s, I believe, and he's also owns all the original copies of the Star Wars films, and a hardcore fan of it, and fucking hates the prequels and newer ones.
Oh, that
So
will
yeah,
be
he can.
funny.
Yeah, so he
Uh,
could possibly show up and then recap the old ones, and then roast the other ones.
yeah, you need to link me his Twitter or the way to contact him.
Yeah, I'll link you his Twitter and on
Okay,
Discord.
send it to me on Discord or Twitter, so it's easier for me
Right,
after the
right,
stream.
yeah.
So
I'll send it to you on Discord and both at Discord and Twitter, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, thank you very much, man, and have a good night, and we will talk later. Take care, man.
You too.
And everyone, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. We will see each other in future video and stream. Have a great day and take care.